पी तो लेकिन यहाँ रखी होती तो मैं भी पी लेता हूँ। वहाँ नहीं, से मजाक कर मैं नहीं पीता, नहीं यहाँ से पी लेता हूँ मैं, तो क्यों करना, यहाँ रख लीजिए एक बोतल, मतलब वो एक्स्ट्रा थी बॉटल। यहाँ पे एक सिस्टम फायदे नहीं रखा सही। देखो पीपीटी, डेट हैंडलिंग, हाँ, और ये मेन है, हाँ ठीक है। ये किसका है, जितन का, इसमें क्या हो रहा है, अब वो कैमरे से कनेक्ट है। सर इसमें क्या कर रहे हो, सेकंड वाले क्या कर रहे हो?
ये सर बैकअप के लिए।
अच्छा,
हमारे से ईवीएम तुरंत दिखना।
हाँ हाँ ठीक है, बैकअप
इस पे तो वो
उस पे चल रहा है, चल रहा है, मैं चैट हैंडलिंग कर रहा हूँ, ये पीपीटी दिखा रहा है।
मैंने कहा तो खत्म।
इसी सेम
हाँ
में
हाँ,
पूजा की फोटो लगा के अनुभव मैम को व्हाट्सएप कर दी। हाँ जी,
इसी पीपीटी में।
फिर तो चलेगा।
हाँ हाँ,
बस कल वो
पूरा
उसका वो आएंगे ना, क्या नाम है, नरूला सर वाले, वो लगा।
ये फोटो
राजीव सर
यस है।
ऑनलाइन में शेयर कर दो। कर रहे हैं।
पीपीटी, हाँ जूम पे आ रखी है, ये जूम पे ही तो चल रहा है भाई, जूम पे तो चल रहा है भाई, जूम पे तो है सर, ये बस जूम पे चल रहा ही है।
कौन सा मेरे को भी नहीं पता है, वो डिपार्टमेंट में जरा। तुम्हारे में कितने दिख रहे हैं?
चार दिख रहे हैं, चार है पार्टिसिपेंट, चार।
और लिंक तो नहीं भेज दिया आपने?
सर आपने कौन सा लिंक ज्वाइन किया?
ये लग रहा है दूसरी मैम ने दूसरा करवाते हैं। लेटेस्ट वाला लिंक इस पर मेल कर दिया
आपको
हमें जो
देखना जरा, ऑनलाइन में कल से नहीं आ रहा हूँ, ऑनलाइन हट गया है, देखना ऑनलाइन मैं नहीं हूँ, जूम पे मैं कल हट गया हूँ, देखना जरा बच्चे, कल की तरह, कल की तरह मैं दिख रहा हूँ पार्टिसिपेंट्स में, देखना हाँ, है ना राजीव शाह को होस्ट, तभी तो ये दिख रही है, मेरे स्क्रीन यहाँ मेरे पास जूम नहीं आ रहा है। अच्छा, मैंने स्क्रीन शेयर कर रखी है ना, फिर मेरे को पार्टिसिपेंट्स कहाँ दिखे हैं, ये रहे। हाँ, ये चेक करो इस पे, ये है राजीव शाह कोर्स। अभी तो 4 ही लोग जुड़े हैं, कोई जुड़ना नहीं चाह रहा, तो जुड़ोगे तो आराम से, 10 का टाइम है। नहीं ये क्या तरीका है, ये तो बदतमीजी है। सर ऑनलाइन, ऑनलाइन वो चेक कर लिया, आवाज आ रही नहीं आ रही, जितेंद्र सर कब करी ऑनलाइन चेक, बोलवाना। हम्म, भेजू आपको लिंक, भेजू सर, व्हाट्सएप कर दूं क्या, व्हाट्सएप अगर कहो तो मैं रहने दूं, दबाव पड़ रहा होगा, अभी तो नहीं पड़ रहा होगा, अभी तो ऐसे ही है। हाँ वो तो ठीक है, वैसे तो हाँ एक अभी हो जाएगा, बस ये थोड़ी देर का काम है, ये जैसे मैम का सेशन, जैसे ही इसमें काम स्टार्ट होने के बाद ये फिर ये वहां लग जाएगा ये, कहीं भी रख दो, अरे 2 मिनट, अभी चार्जिंग पे भी तो हो रहा है वहाँ पे चार्जिंग। हाँ चलो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, कहीं भी वैसे अभी सेफ पड़ रहा है इसका प्रभाव।
वजन होता ना, तो ये हल्का सा तो नहीं होता है उसका आगे।
अच्छा चलो, रुको 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 मैं बताऊँ,
ऐसे कैसे काम करेंगे?
अरे तो काम करना ही होगा ना इस पे, बस ठीक है, बस बस ठीक, ठीक है ना सर, वो तो पीपीटी बढ़ाना फिर हटा के हाँ कर देना फिर, इस पे तो काम है नहीं, 5 मिनट का काम है। माइक तो बनाएगा, वीडियो बन गया, बोलो हेलो, माइक ना बनता, हाँ हेलो, कहीं और से, कहीं यहाँ से आवाज दे रहा हूँ, कहीं और से, ये मेरा मेरा
हेलो। हाँ, इसको क्लियर कर दो।
A very good morning and greetings to all. A warm welcome to the day 2 of the 1 week faculty development program on research methodology and data analysis using NVIVO and Smart PLS 4.0, organized by the Research and Development Cell of IPEM Ghaziabad under the Aegis of IQAC and IIC. I, on behalf of IPM family, once again welcome Dr. Jaspreet Kaur to this event. Yesterday, on day 1 of this 1 week FGP, Dr. Jaspreet Kaur has shared her valuable insights on research design and tools with us. She covered various factors such as research gap, novelty value in research, theoretical concepts and constructs. We also learned about coding in NVIVO. I hope we all gained a lot from this session today also. Today, we are equally geared up for another productive session. So, without any further delay, let's start today's session. And please welcome Dr. Jaspreet Kaur with a huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Online participants, I hope I'm audible. We'll be concentrating more on software now. The basics of building up a paper have been covered yesterday. So today, let's concentrate more on software. And will they be able to see my screen if I open an NVIVO? Or will I have to share screen? Share screen. So yesterday we started coding in NVIVO. I'm sharing the screen of NVIVO, and now let's go ahead. All mobiles, please switched off. Please either switch off or we started with coding yesterday and we had done 3 codes. Okay. We'll go to the other operations of NVIVO today, of course, with the same file, which is interview transcript 4. So if you remember yesterday, we opened the NVIVO and we had imported all the files that were given, which included image files also, included text files also. We were working on one of my transcripts, which was interview transcript 4, this one. Right? This is what we were working on. Okay. Now we go to the next function of analyzing this. So we did coding, which was line-to-line coding. It is also called open coding. And now we go to word cloud, which is actually content analysis. So word-to-word coding that we have done, that is actually thematic analysis. And now we'll go to content analysis. Go to explore and go to word frequency. Everybody, do you have your laptops? Right? Explore and go to word frequency. Explore and word frequency. You'll get a window like this. Has everybody reached here? Has everybody reached here? Okay. Now in files and in selected items, you will select the file which is interview transcript 4. You'll see many files. If you had imported all the files into NVIVO, you'll see many files. You will click on interview transcript 4 and click on OK, which means now you've selected it. In the display words, rather than 1,000 words, make it 100 words. In the display words, rather than 1,000 words, make it 100 words. And on the right side, you have something called grouping. Make it stemmed words grouping. On the right side, you have something called grouping. Make it stemmed words grouping. And run query. On the top right, you have run query, run query. You get a tabular form like this. Now, this is the word count. Okay. Please settle down, everyone. Please settle down. So this is supposed to be the word count table, which means it shows the frequency of the word which has been repeated maximum number of times. Okay. Many people do ask me that sometimes when we start a thematic analysis, what if there's a very small theme which has come only in one particular transcript? Even that will be shown over here. And ideally, we report that also. So for us, themes are not like known themes or not known themes. Themes are themes. If they are coming up, we will list them. So this will show not only the prominent themes with the word count, but also if you go down this table, so you see, even if a word has been repeated for one frequency, look at the count, 1. Even then it will show. Okay, so it will show you all the themes. And from summary, on the right side vertical axis, you will come to word cloud. It will start forming a word cloud. On the right side vertical axis, next to summary, you have a word cloud. So that forms a word cloud. And see which word is there in the center. It will be surprising because yesterday also that one particular theme we had made, and that theme will emerge in the center of the word cloud. Which was the theme? Donation. Yesterday we made a theme, a code called donation. Okay. It emerges at the center, which means many people did say that this was a motivation for them for sustainability. Okay, is word cloud clear? Anybody who's not reached here, online participants, anybody who's not reached here? Anybody who couldn't make the word cloud yet? Or anybody who wants me to repeat? Okay, I'll repeat once again. We'll do it once again. We go to explore on the top toolbar. We click on word frequency. In word frequency, in selected items, we select interview transcript 4, which is actually the word file. Okay, and click on OK. The display words are 1,000. We delete a 0 and make it 100. In groupings on the right side, we go to stemmed words and run query. Run query, you get a summary table with all the words counted, the prominent ones on the top and then lower on. And on the right side vertical axis, you get a word cloud. Yeah, I've repeated. Riti ma'am, I've repeated the steps. Explore, word frequency, select items, lower the display words from 1000 to 100, group them up in stemmed words, and run query. Okay. So that's your word cloud. In some papers, word clouds are shown also, but it is not necessary to show a word cloud. Generally, anything that happens in NVIVO is just for our organization of work. We don't generally pull these out. If you want to pull this out, you can just right click and go to export word cloud. If you want to export this as a picture, bring it out of NVIVO as a picture, you will right click and go to export word cloud. Apart from that, if you go to copy, right click and copy, it will get copied to any place you want it to get copied. So if I copy this, right click copy, it can get copied to any Word document, right? Okay, so your theme, donate or donation of sustainability, the motivation of sustainability comes in the center. This was found as a very prominent theme. Although I've done this on one file, you can do it together on all 35 files. So you're pulling in 35 interview transcripts into NVIVO. When you go to selected items, all you have to do is select all the items, all 35 transcripts. It will make a total word cloud of all transcripts together. Okay, you'll get the major themes in the center. Right. Another thing that is very important, I think you'll have to import this file. This is a PDF file, another form of a file, PDF file, which is a secondary data file. Please import it inside. Domestic artifacts, if you have not yet imported it, please import it. How do you import it into the NVIVO? On the toolbar, you go to import, go to files, and you must have saved it in the desktop somewhere, plainly import it. So domestic artifacts needs to be imported. This is the file, domestic artifacts. It has to be imported into the, okay, let me come around and see if there are any problems. Yes. Could you make a word cloud? Word cloud बन गया? Right side. Right side. यहाँ, यहाँ. ये word cloud. Summary बन गया. Word cloud. Okay. Yes. इसको नहीं 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 इसको अब बंद करने की जरूरत नहीं सर सीधा इंपोर्ट कीजिए ऊपर इंपोर्ट है ना इंपोर्ट एंड फाइल्स करिए इवन इफ योर वर्ड क्लाउड इज ओपन यू कैन इंपोर्ट व्हाट द वर्ड क्लाउड व्हाट्स दिस वर्ड क्लाउड नहीं बनाया मैम एक्सप्लोर में जाइए ऊपर एक्सप्लोर मैम एक्सप्लोर हाँ जी वर्ड फ्रीक्वेंसी हाँ जी सिलेक्ट करिए आइटम इंटरव्यू ट्रांसक्रिप्ट को इसमें मैम वर्ड क्लाउड ये रहा यहाँ पर ठीक है व्हाट अबाउट द रेस्ट नो लैपटॉप्स okay what about the ones who have the laptop have you been able to make the word cloud okay have you been able to make it मैम सिलेक्ट करिए सिलेक्टेड आइटम में जाइए इंटरव्यू ट्रांसक्रिप्ट को क्लिक करिए ओके करिए ठीक है और आइटम्स में इसको विद स्टेम्प्ड वर्ड्स पे लेके जाइए एंड रन क्वेरी ये आपका टैबुलर फॉर्म आ गया यहाँ पर राइट क्लिक करिए वर्ड क्लाउड आ जाएगा लिखा हुआ है ना उसके नीचे समरी के नीचे वर्ड क्लाउड यहाँ वर्ड क्लाउड क्लिक करिए हाँ नहीं नहीं सर वो अच्छा सर इज सेइंग इंपोर्ट कर दिया पर यही आ रहा है आप लेफ्ट साइड में फाइल्स में जाइए आपको नजर आएगा ये कोड्स है ना फाइल्स को क्लिक करिए अब दिख रहा है डोमेस्टिक आर्टिफैक्ट्स मतलब इंपोर्ट हो इफ एनीबडी कैन नॉट सी यू विल हैव टू गो टू द फाइल वर्जन में जाइए आपको नजर आ जाएगा है +2। हाँ जी, सर पहले सिलेक्ट करो आइटम, रुक जाओ, सिलेक्ट आइटम सिलेक्ट करिए। हाँ, कर दिया, ओके करिए, है ना। अभी ग्रुपिंग करिए, यहाँ ग्रुपिंग सेकंड स्टेम पे जाइए, स्टेम पे राइट साइड, हाँ जी, स्टेम पे क्लिक करिए, हाँ जी, और ऊपर देखिए रन क्वेरी है, रन क्वेरी करेंगे तो आएगा ना, ठीक है। राइट साइड देखिए वर्ड क्लाउड लिखा है, क्लिक करिए। हाँ अभी बन रहा है, ये बन रहा है, राइट साइड देखिए वर्ड क्लाउड लिखा है। Anybody else who talked about the word cloud? How many people working here? Word cloud. How many people over here? Have you got the word cloud? ये अभी तक कल से डाउनलोड नहीं हुआ? नहीं, आपका आइकन कहाँ है? एनवीवो का आइकन कहाँ है डेस्कटॉप पे? कल डाउनलोड किया था हम लोगों ने, खुल नहीं रहा। और आपका, आपने ट्रायल वर्जन अभी डाउनलोड नहीं किया? यस, वर्ड क्लाउड। Okay, I see a few of them still downloading the software. Already used का ठीक है, but some people are still downloading. So it will be very difficult. Okay, anyways. At any point of the time अगर आप वर्ड क्लाउड पे वापस जाना चाहें तो ये देखिए, ये विंडोज ओपन है, वर्ड फ्रीक्वेंसी रिजल्ट्स, ठीक है, तो वो चला नहीं जाता, ये विंडोज है ऊपर, डोमेस्टिक आर्टिफैक्ट्स, वर्ड फ्रीक्वेंसी रिजल्ट्स, वर्ड फ्रीक्वेंसी रिजल्ट्स, तो ये विंडोज है, इनमें आपको अपना किया हुआ काम मिल जाएगा। So even if the cloud goes away, it is these windows you will find it in. So in clouds में एक word cloud है, then there's a tree map also. So what is a tree map exactly? So it has actually clubbed and classified some words. For example, garments. Within garments, clothes, clothes discarded, discarded monthly, monthly attachment, so on and so forth. It makes clusters. But in clusters का कुछ नहीं होगा, इनको analyze करना बहुत। So sometimes जो analysis आप चाहते हैं वैसा software देता नहीं। So like for example, now here it says garments, and from garments, clothes, clothes to discard and all that. But I can't make sense of this. Right, so this clustering has only been done on the basis of English language, okay, and what they have understood. Okay, I request everyone to please switch off your phones. If any calls are being made, you can go outside and make calls, please. Okay, so that's tree map, and then there's a cluster also. Okay, the data might be very small for a cluster, okay, but otherwise clusters can also be made. So that's about word frequency, and now let's come to domestic artifacts. Okay, now domestic artifacts is a file of past literature. Okay, we have some codes over here, or there are some. Request everyone to please maintain a decorum of a workshop. We are all faculties. Okay, please keep your windows off, and if there is a call, I request you to please go outside and receive it. A panel talk in the workshop, it becomes very difficult. You all are trainers yourself. Okay, so please adhere to that. Now, why does it say check audio devices? Okay. Anyways, am I audible? I don't think. There's some red something on the. Okay, so this is my past literature. Okay, and these are the codes or the new variables come out. Okay. Now I want to, the new variables are actually new, or are they similar to past variables? When I say these are the new variables, say donation or family inheritance or whatever, I have to say that they are new, as if they have never been studied in past literature. Okay, how will I check that? Any idea? You have. How do you? Uh, is it done, sir?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know whether it was there in past literature or not? So, नहीं sir, Google Scholar नहीं अभी so okay, let me explain. The domestic artifacts file is a competitor paper. I told you past literature में Indian sustainability पे कुछ 200 पेपर होंगे. I'm not bothered about that. I'm bothered about my competitor papers. I told you in the introduction chapter right in the beginning कि when I search that particular topic, so when I start searching Indian sustainability, okay, problems with Indian sustainability or domestic artifacts and Indian sustainability with baby boomers, I should not get more than 4-5 papers. So these what I'm bringing into NVIVO are my competitor 4-5 papers. मुझे अब Google Scholar, Web of Science corpus कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं. I have my 4 competitor papers and I'm pulling them into NV. ठीक है, अब इन पेपर्स में ये कोड है कि नहीं है या स्टडीड था कि नहीं था, कैसे पता चलेगा? आप कह तो रहे हैं कि इंडियंस में डोनेशन वाज अ प्राइमरी कोड, बट हाउ डू यू नो दैट इट वाज नॉट स्टडीड बाय डॉक्टर व्यास इन हिज पेपर? दैट इज व्हाट आई एम क्वेश्चनिंग. सो व्हाट यू डू इज, first level of checking is make a word cloud of your competitor papers. So go to explore, go to word frequency. This time in selected items, select domestic artifacts, which is my secondary data, and click OK. Select these secondary data rather than primary data and click OK. Okay, and go to stemmed words. Make the display from 1000 to 100 and run query. This time we are making a word cloud not of our primary data, which is interview transcript 4, but our secondary data, which is domestic artifacts. And see the word cloud. So what we are doing is we are making a word cloud of not our primary data interview transcript 4, but our secondary data, which is domestic artifacts. Okay, process is same. Go to explore. Okay, go to word frequency, select items. In selected items, select domestic artifacts. Last time you selected interview transcript. This time select domestic artifacts and run query. This is the chart you get. This is a chart or this is a word cloud of past literature. Okay. Now on the left side, you have your codes: donation, emotion, family inheritance, peace, savings, sentiment, skill of the lady, etc., which came from line to line coding. On the right side, you have your word cloud, okay, which is of past literature. Compare the two. So is donation prevalent or was donation ever listed in past literature as far as the word cloud goes? Please study and tell me. In the word cloud of past literature, has donation ever been studied? Correct. Reuse is not my problem, sir. My problem is donation, charity, humanity. Any synonym also present is okay, but recycle, reuse is a different term. It's a model. So I'm not worried about reuse. It's not present. More so, sometimes we get confused that we don't see it in this area and we start searching it in this area. Remember, in a word cloud, the most prominent words or themes studied in the past will come in the center. So God forbid if donation is somewhere over here and you have missed it. For example, there's something called beliefs over here. Okay, so if there is a donation over here and you've missed it, it's absolutely fine. Because as we go further off the center of the word cloud, you are talking about areas which are very understudied. So even if it has been studied, it might have been studied in one odd paper, which means probably the reviewer will not know about it. Or we can say that it is scantily studied. And we were the ones who brought it up in a prominent. So this is one parameter, but let's do a dual check on this. So what we'll do for that is we'll go to explore and we'll go to text search. We'll go to explore and we'll go to text search and we will select items. In the items, we will select domestic artifacts. Explore, text search. Is somebody saying something? Wait, let me see the online. Select domestic artifacts and click an OK. And in text search, write donation. Online participants, please mute yourself. Online participants, please mute yourself. And there are online participants, there's a continuous system. Just write on the WhatsApp also. Okay, so in the text search, you will write donation. Okay, on the right side in grouping, rather than stemmed words, you will write down with synonyms. Why I say with synonyms is because it is going to search where in past literature, which is domestic artifacts. It is going to search the word donation, but if there is any synonym of it, say charity or humanity, it will come out with that also. Okay, and now run query. So in a way, in this process, we are searching for donation in the file domestic artifacts or a synonym of donation in the file domestic artifacts. Okay. So there are two references. Has everybody reached here? Okay. Now, there are two references which talk about donation. Okay. Or a synonym of donation, which means past literature has studied it. Which means past literature has studied it. But let's not lose hope so soon. Double click on this reference and see, it will actually show you the two references and what exactly was the word and what context was it studied in past literature. Please see the context and tell me, was it actually donation or was it something else? There are two contexts and they are highlighted. These are the two contexts in the domestic articles. Please study. That is what is found as a synonym of donation. So contribution came out to be the synonym of donation. Is it the same as donation? Synonym to donation. Nee. Is it similar to the theme of donation? Are the two words contribution written? Read them out. Read the sentences. What are the sentences? What are the two sentences? It says contribute and it has highlighted the sentences. Read them out. So the first one that is highlighted is, however, several underlying phenomena can be used for designing sustainable products. Our contribution to this paper. So this is not donation. The word contribution is being referred to in the contribution of the person's paper. which is Dr. Vyas's paper. Another contribute where it says is an understanding of their consumption patterns would undoubtedly contribute towards the design of new sustainability. Again, it is not donation. It is not that humanity thing. In both the words that are being used in past literature, the theme is not donation. It is something else. Okay. Thus, we can say through text search and word cloud that donation per se has never been studied in past literature. Is it clear? Okay, if it is clear, do the same exercise with these two operations on family inheritance. Same exercise, first make a word cloud of domestic artifacts, then do a text search on domestic artifacts and find out if family inheritance, or you can write family sharing, has ever been studied in past literature. Here, our past literature is only one file, which is Dr. Vyas's paper. Otherwise, generally, in past literature, we can pull in 4-5 files and do these functions together in all the 4 files. The online participants, you will also do that. We are now working, I've already highlighted it. We are working on family inheritance. We have already worked on donation and found out that donation is a unique theme in past literature. We used 2 operations of NVIVO, word cloud and text search to find out that donation was new. I want you people to use the same 2 functions to find out if family inheritance or family sharing was ever studied in past literature or not. Okay, you want me to repeat the text search? Yes, so explore, text search, okay, selected items will be domestic artifacts because it's secondary data. And you are searching family sharing. So we write family sharing with synonyms and run query. There are 229 references. Okay, in donation, there were 2 references. There are 229 references. The number itself shows that probably in some line, you will see that it has been studied. And if you actually want to see where family sharing, that phrase has been used, you will double click this. And you can find all those. So for example, class is a synonym of family for the software. So that is why you see words, a household is a synonym of family, home is a synonym of family. So we could repeat this in another way. Rather than synonym, I'll tell it only to do stemmed words. Okay, so family sharing and stemmed words, because in synonyms it is taking too many words. Yeah, still 65 references. It's not synonyms, it's actually family sharing, but it still has. So here it is, all the, so I think it is there, family by reusing old things to genuinely support their everyday household. It's there. It has been listed. Okay. If you read these 64 references, you will see that family sharing has already been listed in past literature. Okay. So from among the codes or themes that we have listed, it is important to do this exercise and find out which themes are new and which themes are old. Okay. So the new ones we write as a contribution to research. We say that we contributed to research because these themes like donation were never studied in the past. But the ones which are already studied, what do we do with them? So family inheritance or family sharing has been studied. Do we list it or do we not list it? We do list it. We do list it. But in the last chapter where we write theoretical contribution or our contribution, we write only the themes which were new, not the old. Okay, so that's how we find out what is new. I mean, the next exploration, what is new. The next, what we do is, and we go to files. Please come back to the files option and come back to your files. Okay, another way we can analyze this data is through an auto code. So it's not necessary, like I told you yesterday, that line to line coding has to be done. When the data is very, very huge, we can do something like an auto code. But how do you do it? You first click on the file, interview transcript 4. It has to be highlighted. If it is not highlighted, this will not happen. And go to home. Click on the file, interview transcript 4, and go to home. In home, go to auto code. In home, what happened? Okay. So in home, go to auto code. In auto code wizard, this pop-up will appear. By default, it says identify themes. Okay, let it remain on it and click next. Let it start making themes and click on finish once you see the themes. You should be getting a colorful tabular diagram, something like what you see on my screen. Is the search box cap lock sensitive? No, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't. I'm repeating for auto code what you have to do. You will first click on the file which you want to auto code, interview transcript 4. You will go to home. You will go to auto code. It will bring out a pop-up saying auto code wizard. It will say identify themes by default. You just have to click on next. And once those themes are visible, like they are visible to me, you click on finish. You'll get a colorful representation of all the themes the way I've got it on my screen. Yeah, it is downloading. It will take you time because it's the first time you're doing it. So we'll wait. Okay. It won't. And do we have a tea break today? Do we have a tea break? What time? 11. So let's then quickly, है ना, फिर आप चाय से लेट वापस आते हैं तो चाय से पहले फटाफट खत्म कर लो सब कुछ, है ना? एक बार चाय चली फिर सब ये वॉश आउट हो जाता है. Another 10 minutes to go. I think as fast. अभी आपका वो डाउनलोड चल रहा होगा, अगर हो जाए तो मुझे फटाफट बताइए. कोई बात नहीं, अगर हो जाए मुझे बताइए सो दैट मैं ना नेक्स्ट वाला करवाऊं. आपका तो आ गया. हाँ, बट हाउ कम दिस की? अच्छा, this is my screen. Oh. Okay, it will take a little bit of time. Only this will take time for the first. You got it? अच्छा, good. इनका but how come some laptops पे जल्दी चल रहा है, किसी पे नहीं चल रहा? ऐसा क्यों? Yes. हाँ. No. It is only for qualitative. NVIVO is only for qualitative. You can't work on numeric data. Why do you want to work? There are so many. There is SPSS. There कि SPSS का free मतलब like I don't know how many of you, if you do in quantitative research, do attend Dr. Neeraj Kaushik's sessions. Dr. Neeraj Kaushik from NIT Kurukshetra. So attend his sessions. He's the best person when it comes to quantitative research. And he makes you work on our software. So these softwares that we are working on, NVIVO, etc., are paid softwares, right? but R is absolutely free. So you'll be surprised that all this that we are doing over here can be done on R software also. Programming, R programming, yeah. So R Studio. So it can be done on R Studio, but the only thing is that coding is so extensive in that, and I don't have my, good hands on coding. So a syntax here or there will not lead me to this outcome. So then I kept on struggling with R too often, and that's why I switched on this. This is a little user friendly. Okay. Similarly, सर जहाँ कोडिंग है ना मुझे थोड़ा डर सा लगता है, मैंने आपको बताया ना मैं नॉन मैथ्स नॉन आईटी टाइप्स हूँ। एक मुझे नंबर से बहुत डर लगता है ना। अभी आप मुझे बिलियन मिलियन में फर्क पूछ लो तो मुझे 2 मिनट लगेंगे, और मैंने तो रट्टे मारे हुए हैं। जैसे आपका मिलियन बिलियन ऐसे है ना, मिलियन बिलियन उसके बाद बिलियन ट्रिलियन है ना, तो 6 9 12 ऐसे मैंने रट्टे मारे जीरोस के। आई होप आई एम राइट, करेक्ट। 6 9 12 उसके आगे जो भी होगा वो मेरे ख्याल 15 होगा, 15 जीरोस होगा, मुझे पता नहीं क्या है बट वो। सो आई एम वेरी बैड इन कोडिंग, बट because I'm bad in coding, I have searched for free softwares of quantitative research also, which are user friendly. So SPSS का एक छोटा भाई है, उसका नाम जैक है। ठीक है, उसको ना कुछ हमारे स्टूडेंट्स पर्ल अकेडमी से जब फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी में गए तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि क्या आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी आज एसपीएसएस खरीदती है, क्योंकि एसपीएसएस इज नॉट चीप, आईबीएम का है, सो इट्स नॉट चीप। सो देयर इज अ, आप चेक करिएगा जैस। इनको मैं अभी लेटली आई वाज ट्राइंग टू सू देम, मुझे ऐसा लगता है इनिशियल्स मेरे नाम से उठाए गए हैं एंड मुझे इस पे कोई पैसे रॉयल्टी कुछ नहीं मिल रहा। बट एनीवेज, this is the ये वो कहते हैं ना, by the way there's a psychological book called Secrets, if any of you ever come across this। हाँ, उसमें वो जो एक बड़ा पुराना डायलॉग था शाहरुख खान का, शिद्दत से किसी चीज को चाहिए तो मिल जाए, that's actually written in Secrets। So I was very desperate to find out a software which was not SPSS, and I ethically do not want to use a pirated version of SPSS। Okay, that is against ethics, and खरीदने के पैसे नहीं थे, ठीक है। और it's a very expensive software, and let's be frank यार, even in private institutions, okay, not many do have a license of it, which is absolutely fine। So a student of mine had gone to a foreign university, and I used to think that all foreign universities pay for IBM SPSS, which is not the case। So they're all using JAS। Okay, it is very user friendly। बिल्कुल जैसे एसपीएसएस में वेरिएबल सेट होता है बिल्कुल वैसे ही इसमें होता है। रिजल्ट भी सेम निकलते हैं। वैसे क्वालिटेटिव वाले ना थोड़े परेशान रहते हैं, क्वांट वालों का ना सिंपल है। देखिए, आप एक्सेल यूज करके भी रिग्रेशन कर सकते हो, आई होप आपको पता है, ठीक है। एक ना स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मूला है, आप जिस मर्जी सॉफ्टवेयर से करिए वैल्यू तो सेम ही निकलेगी। जब फॉर्मूला सेम है तो आप एसपीएसएस से करिए, आर से करिए, जैस से करिए, एक्सेल से करिए, वैल्यू सेम निकलेगी। सो द टेबल ऑफ जैस इज एब्सोल्युटली लाइक द आउटपुट टेबल ऑफ एसपीएसएस। सो इंटरप्रिटेशन भी आसान है, सिर्फ एक प्रॉब्लम है, व्हेन अ पेपर इज पब्लिश, जब पेपर पब्लिश करते हैं तो हम उसमें ये नहीं लिखते कि हमने जैस से एनालिसिस करा। इवन इन पेपर्स ऑफ गुड जर्नल्स, they expect you to use authentic softwares like IBM's SPSS, IBM's Amos, or NVIVO and Atlas. So that is one problem. Apart from that, you can work on JAS. It's absolutely free. और बिल्कुल यूजर फ्रेंडली है, कोई कोडिंग नहीं चाहिए। It's like a small brother of SPSS। हाँ जी सर, अब इतना तो लिख दो SPSS, कौन आके देख रहा है। नहीं नहीं मत लिखिए, आप जस्ट लिखिए, मतलब आई थिंक इट्स ओके टू राइट, आई हैव नेवर ट्राइड इट, लेकिन आई थिंक एक फॉर एग्जांपल आर स्टूडियो भी जब आया था तो कहते थे कि आई डोंट नो, ये तो कोडिंग वाले बेटर बता सकेंगे, कि उसका कोड चेंज कर सकते हो आप कोई भी। जैसे विकीपीडिया है, विकीपीडिया को हम ऑथेंटिक क्यों नहीं मानते, क्योंकि विकीपीडिया में ना डाटा एडिट कर सकते हो, कोई भी कर सकते हो, तो इसी तरह आर स्टूडियो में ऐसा मैंने सुना था कि कोई भी जो कोडिंग जानता है वो उसकी कोड्स बदल सकता है पैकेजेस के, एंड विच मीन्स देन दे आर नॉट ऑथेंटिक। बट आई हैव सीन इन पेपर्स आर स्टूडियो यूज करके एनालिसिस करी, ऐसा लिखा होता है। आर स्टूडियो एक बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग मैकेनिज्म है फॉर रिसर्च, क्योंकि उसमें क्वांटिटेटिव, ये जो क्वालिटेटिव मैं करा रही हूँ वो, मेटा एनालिसिस, सारे जो सॉफ्टवेयर जितने आपको टेक्निक्स आती है ना, सब हर किसी का पैकेज आर स्टूडियो में होगा। बट यू हैव टू बी गुड इन कोडिंग। कोडिंग में अगर आप अच्छे हैं तो आर स्टूडियो से अच्छा कुछ नहीं। एक वो फ्री है, एक उसके पास हर तरह का एनालिसिस करने का पैकेज होता है। So nothing better than RStudio. And if you want to see the videos of that, so I think if I'm not wrong, Kaushik sir ने qualitative research भी जो मैं ये करा रही हूँ उसका भी RStudio पे जो पैकेज है और कैसे करना है वो डाला। ठीक है, have you got this now? Okay, so these are your codes. कैसे लग रहे हैं आपको ऑटो जनरेटेड कोड्स? ये आईटी वाले कौन लोग बैठे थे यहाँ सर? आईटी वाले हाथ रेस करिए। हाँ जी सर। मुझे ये विद ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट ये जो आईटी ने काम करा है ना, ये बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लग रहा। मतलब मैंने ये देखें, ये मेरे कोर्स थे सर, ये देखो कितने अच्छी तरह बनाए थे मैंने, लॉजिकल सेंस से, है लाइन पढ़ी, फिर उसको कंसेप्चुलाइज करा, फिर यहाँ मैंने 3R बनाया था, उसको मैंने एक्सटेंड करके कितने तमीज से काम किया था मैंने, सोचिए, है ना। ये रीयूज, रिसाइकल, रिड्यूस, फिर उसमें मैंने कितने आराम से डोनेशन डाला था, अपनी लॉजिकल सेंस से बनाया था, है ना। फिर फैमिली इनहेरिटेंस डाला, फिर ये डाला वो डाला, और सॉफ्टवेयर क्या लेके आया सर बताइए? पैसे भी दिए मैंने एनवीवो के, क्लोथ्स। सर ये एक ना, ये आईटी वाले ना मैंने देखा ऑब्सेस्ड होते हैं। अभी मैं इनके लिए वर्कशॉप का जो तात्पर्य है वो ये है कि कम से कम हमें 15-20 चार्ट दिखा दो, उसका करना क्या है वो मत बताइए। बस वो आई थिंक दे गेट फैसिनेटेड। देयर वाज वन मोर वर्कशॉप आई वाज डूइंग इन निकपार पुणे। सो फर्स्ट डे पे मैंने ऐसे ही पूरा प्रोसेस में, वो कहते मैम सॉफ्टवेयर सिखाओ, उन्होंने पहले दिन ही बोल दिया सॉफ्टवेयर। फिर अब इतना कंटेंट वेरी फ्रैंकली होता नहीं कि आप केवल एन वीवो पे, एंड देन एज यू सी ओवर हियर आल्सो सम आर वर्किंग सम आर नॉट वर्किंग। सो डेमो पे आप पूरे 2 दिन 9 to 5 निकाल दो, इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट। तो मुझे फिर और प्रिपेयर करना पड़ा। मेरा जो 2 दिन का कंटेंट था सॉफ्टवेयर का, उन्होंने कहा सिर्फ सॉफ्टवेयर पढ़ाइए, हमें पेपर नहीं जानना कि हमें पेपर कैसे पब्लिश करने हैं। हम सॉफ्टवेयर शुरू हो गए, सारा जो कंटेंट था वो खत्म हो गया। अब सेकेंड डे का कंटेंट मैंने शाम को बनाया एक्स्ट्रा, मतलब एन एडवांस्ड एनवीवो का वो सारा बना के समझाया। वो इतने खुश। अच्छा, उन्हें कुछ नहीं पता उन 2 दिन के एनवीवो के जो आउटपुट निकले हैं वो कहाँ लगेंगे, वो पेपर में कैसे, उनकी जांच नहीं होने। दे कैन डू नथिंग ऑफ इट। इतने खुश, अरे मैम अभी मैं आपको भी दिखाऊंगी, जैसे वो मैजिशियन करतब करता है ना, अरे वाह मैम मैट्रिक्स बन गया, अरे वाह मैम मैथ भी बन जाते, करेंगे क्या उसका? इसमें से कुछ भी नहीं है। आपने कभी किसी क्वालिटेटिव पेपर खोल के देखिए कैटेगरी, कभी कोई एनवीवो का चार्ट देखा है? कभी नहीं लगाते हैं। इट इज ओनली फॉर आर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टू नो दैट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग। एनीवेज, तो ये सॉफ्टवेयर निकाल के दिया है। सॉफ्टवेयर कहता था थीम का साड़ी, ग्लास, क्लोथ्स एक्सेट्रा, वैल्यू, प्रोसेस, पार्टी। कर लीजिए पब्लिश पेपर, और भगवान करे सॉफ्टवेयर हमेशा ऐसा ही करे। कभी सॉफ्टवेयर या एआई इतना केपेबल ना हो जाए कि जो एक ह्यूमन कर सकता है, लॉजिकल सेंस ऑफ मेकिंग थीम्स और पुटिंग देम इनटू मॉडल। आई होप हमेशा एडवांस, सबसे एडवांस सॉफ्टवेयर ही यही काम करके देगी, नहीं तो वी ऑल विल बी ऑल ऑफ आउट ऑफ आवर जॉब्स। एंड सबसे पहले तो मैं, आई विल बी आउट ऑफ माय जॉब। ओके, तो जितना मैं एडवांसमेंट कभी भी किसी वर्कशॉप में सुनती हूँ ना आईटी की, और आईटी वालों पे मेरी पूरी फोकस रहता है कि वो मुझे बताएं कि नहीं। कई आते हैं कहते हैं आर में ये हो जाता है, फिर मैं सुनती हूँ क्या हो जाता है कि कहीं ये तो नहीं हो जाता, बस ये ना हो। बाकी जो मर्जी करिए आप, चित्र निकालिए, बार चार्ट, ग्राफ, सब कुछ दिखाएंगे आप। ठीक है, सो दिस इज द हायरार्की चार्ट एज वी कॉल इट। ओके, एंड द सॉफ्टवेयर इज लिमिटेड इन इट्स नॉलेज ऑफ इंग्लिश एंड नंबर्स। 2 ही चीजें करनी आती है सॉफ्टवेयर को, उसमें लॉजिकल सेंस नहीं है। उसे कुछ नहीं पता 3R थ्योरी क्या है, उसे नहीं पता. So on the basis of English, so what has it done? It's made a hierarchy. Your respondent is speaking too much about clothes, and in clothes he's speaking too much about reuse and casual clothes. Theme, sub-theme, खत्म, on the basis of English. ठीक है, but इसमें मायूस होने की बात नहीं है. This autocode has been done barely on 500 words. Okay, because interview transcript word file जो मैंने आपको दिया, that's barely 500 words. When we do this on 70,000 words, 35 transcript, 2,000 words each पे जब हम करते हैं, तो results are much better. ठीक है, so it is not that demotivating. पर again, you will ask me that whether you should go for line-to-line coding or this. The first 5 transcripts, first 5, manually मैं line-to-line code करती हूँ to get this. Okay, then together those 35 we put into auto code. Mostly the results are similar. और उसमें होता क्या है, 5-10 transcripts के बाद there's a saturation, so code start repeating. So then when I do an auto code, अगर कोई कोड मुझसे छूट गया है, सपोज करिए ये वाला छूट गया था, तो ये यहाँ शो कर देगा और मैं उसको अपने लाइन टू लाइन कोडिंग में ऐड करूँ. So the reason of doing it from here there is so that you get maximum number of codes. Okay, maximum themes. So that is auto code. And then there's something called sentiment analysis. जल्दी से कर लेते हैं. Again, you'll go back to files. In files, you'll go to interview transcript. उसको क्लिक करिए, नहीं तो नहीं खुलेगा. जब तक आप फाइल को क्लिक नहीं करेंगे, वो होम खुलेगा ही नहीं. Go to home, go to auto code and identify sentiment, next and finish. हाँ, ये लास्ट कर, हाँ बस ये लास्ट कर लेते हैं. अरे वाह, आज तो मेलोडी भी पड़ी है. ठीक है, बिल्कुल सेम प्रोसेस है. होम, ऑटो कोड, आइडेंटिफाइंग थीम्स की जगह नीचे आइडेंटिफाई सेंटिमेंट, नेक्स्ट, फिनिश. बिल्कुल सेम प्रोसेस. कर लिया, इस बार तो जल्दी हुआ होगा. हैज एवरीबॉडी डन इट? नाउ you can see 2 windows of the top. One is auto code sentiment, one is compare by numbers. Go to auto code sentiment. ये देखिए compared by numbers के बिल्कुल साथ में है auto code sentiment. Have you got this? Now, on the right side vertical axis, there's something called chart. Click on that.
ये करते हैं.
Chart. Okay. Now, what is the sentiment of Indians towards sustainability according to the chart? Moderately negative. But what does your code say? Are they negative about sustainability? Are Indians negative about sustainability as far as your codes are concerned? No. But the sentiment analysis of the same data says negative. ठीक है, तो ये अब राज है, टी ब्रेक के बाद खुलेगा. ऐसा क्यों हुआ? ये टी ब्रेक के बाद. Okay, online participants, have you been able to reach here? Okay, Sushma ma'am, if there is some audio files, you can code them here, but I'll tell you the coding of videos. So it's not that you'll just throw it here and get coded. No, there's a process of coding those audios and videos, which I will do. Okay, Rashmi ma'am is saying how this bar chart came. Okay, there are 2 windows. One is compared by number of sentiment. Okay, and there's another window, auto code sentiment results. Okay, they are ideally open into a coding matrix, but on the right side vertical axis, there's something called a chart. Click on that and you'll get this.
Jaspreet ma'am,
Yes.
you just did that. You just said that first 5 scripts you will manually code, and rest of them you will put in auto code, right?
Yes.
Now in
Not
first
rest of them,
5,
total I'll put into auto code.
okay, which means majority of them will go in auto coding. So you will get this kind of a chart, which is right now showing on your screen. So what I'm asking you, in the first time, in first 5, we'll have a variety of frequencies for various phrases or words. But here we are getting one. So how would we add them up for the total, total data?
Add them up as in when we make a
See,
final map. When we make a
I
final
hope.
map of our theory,
Mhm.
at that point of time we can add them up.
Uh,
For
will
example,
you
look
please?
here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
You have here on the left side the line-to-line codes, which are donation, emotion,
Yeah.
family, inheritance, etc.
Now,
On the right side,
one sec, ma'am. Here you are showing one reference, one file, one reference. I'm getting in my data, I'm getting variety of references. Like in one, I'm maybe getting, let's say for donation, I'm getting 5, and in that there is a subcoding also. So that's a variety of coding I'm getting in my
No.
data, real data.
Hold. How come you're getting more than one reference in donations? From what we did since yesterday,
No,
you should be
ma'am.
giving, see, reference. Hold, ma'am. Hold. Reference for me means the sentence which has been coded into the theme. So here the theme is donation. The reference is on the screen. We have been donating old garments and vessels. That is what I call reference.
Exactly.
What are you calling as reference? Tell me.
I am talking about my data.
Okay, your
When
data, not other data. Correct. Okay.
So I'm not getting more just one reference. I may be getting more than one reference, and then I have subcoding also.
No.
Later
How
on,
can a
let's
reference,
say,
hold, ma'am, hold. You have suppose one reference called donation in your paper, and you are saying on the right side, like I have one reference, you have multiple references, correct?
yeah, because first 5 I've done na manually coded. So 5 कर रही हूँ ना मैम.
ठीक है. Five sentences you have, correct?
हाँ. तो अब अगले 35 करूंगी जब मैं, तो फिर ये कैसे होएगा कि मैं उसको मर्ज कैसे करूं वो सारी रेफरेंसेस को, क्योंकि मुझे तो टोटल डेटा का देना है ना.
एक सेकंड मैम, आप डोनेशन में 5 डेटा आपके आ गए है ना, आप इसको किसमें मर्ज करना चाहते हो?
हाँ, अगले 35 को.
किसमें?
अगर मैं अगले 35 को ऑटो कोड करती हूँ मैम.
हाँ, आप रेफरेंसेस, ओके, तो उसमें आप क्या करोगे मैम? यहाँ लेफ्ट साइड में जहाँ कोड्स है ना, वहां पर ऑटो कोड्स भी होते हैं. ठीक है, ये देखिए अब मैंने ऑटो कोड करा है, आप इसको क्लिक करोगे, ऑटो कोड के अंदर ये सब थीम है, इसको डबल क्लिक करोगे तो उसके रेफरेंसेस भी आपको नजर आने शुरू हो जाएंगे.
बिल्कुल
है ना. सो यू कैन एक्चुअली सिलेक्ट दीज रेफरेंसेस. इसको आप सिलेक्ट कर सकते हो, राइट क्लिक, ठीक है, और उसमें आप अनकोड फ्रॉम दिस कोड कर सकते हो. ठीक है, और अगर चाहो तो इसको सिलेक्ट करके कोड टू रीसेंट कोड्स भी कर सकते हो, जिसमें आप जब ये खुलेगा तो आप किसी और में इसको कोड कर सकते हो.
ट्रांसफर करना है.
ट्रांसफर कर सकते हो. ठीक है, दैट इज हाउ यू ट्रांसफर.
तो 1 by 1 करूंगी ना फिर मैं, इसका मतलब
बिल्कुल 1 by 1, ये मर्ज नहीं होगा.
long process.
A long process, but in case you, so one thing more you can do is that ये ऑटो कोड है, जैसे सपोज करिए इसमें गारमेंट है, मैंने क्लिक किया और मैं इसको कोशिश करती हूँ, कॉपी करा, और ये जो मेरे नॉर्मल कोड्स थे इमोशन, इसके अंदर डालने की कोशिश करी. सो ये अब देखिए इमोशन के अंदर आ गया, इमोशन के अंदर गारमेंट आ गया. ये कर सकते
सीधा फिर मैनुअली कोड ना कर ले अगर इतना लंबा ही करना है तो.
मैनुअली,
सारे
ये
के
मैनुअली
सारे.
हुआ ना मैम, आप समझे नहीं.
वही तो कह रही हूँ.
इमोशन वाज मैनुअली कोडेड, लेकिन गारमेंट एक ऑटो कोड था जो ऑटो कोड में निकला. आप वहां से कोड यहाँ लाना चाह रहे हो.
तो वही
आप
कह रही हूँ
ऑटो
ना.
कोड में कुछ नए कोड, तो आपने राइट क्लिक करा, आ गया, और आ गया तो देखिए उसके सारे रेफरेंसेस भी आ गए हैं गारमेंट के अंदर. प्लस करके देखिए सारे रेफरेंसेस जो गारमेंट, वो भी आ गए हैं, इधर ही आ गए हैं, सिर्फ एक कट कॉपी पेस्ट करने से. आपने सिर्फ कॉपी किया, ऑटो कोड को राइट क्लिक करके कॉपी करके अपने नॉर्मल लाइन टू लाइन कोड्स के अंदर आप ले आए. जब आप कोड लाते हो तो उसके साथ उसके सारे रेफरेंसेस भी आ गए,
सारे 35 के 35 के आ जाएंगे.
सारे आ गए. हाँ जी, आ गए, देखिए गारमेंट के जितने रेफरेंसेस थे वो आ गए हैं, ऑटो कोड वाले आपके सामने ही।
अच्छा मैम, मेरी
Just have to
प्रैक्टिकल,
copy.
हाँ प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम क्या आ रही है कि व्हेन आई लाइक वी आर
Ma'am, I'll
टॉकिंग, वी
come
आर
back
इन,
after the tea break. We are going for a
अच्छा
tea
ठीक है,
break. वापस आके ना I'll take your quiz. ठीक है
ओके
मैम?
ओके
Thank you.
ओके,
Thank you.
सही।
Okay, there seem to be some questions. Online and offline participants can now ask their questions before I get to the session. So, online and offline participants can go and ask questions. Can ask questions so that I can. Yes,
Yeah, Jaspreet ma'am, I'm waiting for my answer.
just 1 minute, ma'am. I have one question to go. Just give me 1 minute. Yes. So, yes. Trans. Yes. So it is a qualitative result sheet, na sir. Interview जो हम collect करते हैं, that is my. It's like a filled up questionnaire for me, na. That is why it's called a trans. Yeah. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Your question. Is ma'am
Yeah, I
audible
am.
to everybody? No, the online participant who's asking the question, is she audible to everybody? Because I would like so that everybody can hear, so that whatever is being spoken about, then yeah. Please speak, ma'am. Please speak up
Yeah.
your question. Yeah.
All right. So as ma'am has said, I try to manually code the first data of my FTD. There are three teachers speaking, and the references were made for various manually coded themes. I generated it, and there were a variety of references. After that, let's say I auto code the rest of the data. So I will get references differently from what I have done. Now, let's say there are some references which can be merged in my manually coded themes. That part I'm asking, ma'am, how do we do it?
So as I already told you, ma'am, so now see here, there are auto-coded themes, okay? And suppose you auto-coded your data and this auto-code have come out and they have references. Right click, copy, go to the normal codes. Now these are your manual codes. If you want the reference to be put into, say, under family inheritance, right click and paste. So your auto-coded reference named garment has now come into your manually coded reference called family inheritance. And all the references have also come. Not only has the code come, the references have also come. That is how you merge. Is it understood now?
So I'm repeating what you said, that I go to my auto-coded data, I copy it from there, and I shift it this way. Just,
Yes.
it was not recorded. I think recording started midway when you were speaking. Can you quickly repeat it so that I can refer to it later also?
So if you have if these are your auto-coded themes, and I want to pick up, say, a theme called value, right click, copy. Okay, and go back to your codes. These are your normal codes, normal as in line to line codes. I want to put that into savings. Right click, paste. So now it has come into savings. Savings shows a plus sign because now there's something within savings. Now from where did this value and its references come? It comes from the auto code. You just have to copy the code over here.
Yeah, great. So which means I go manually to each one of the auto-coded themes, and then I'm going to copy paste.
Yes,
Right?
you're going to copy paste, and we don't
Yeah.
copy paste, we only copy paste something which we find relevant.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right? Okay, so back to we have done sentiment analysis, we have done an auto code. Okay, now let's try coding pictures. Okay, for that, come back to files, and you have pictures over here. One of the pictures that we have sent to you have to be imported is recycled. Please import this picture. Please import this picture into NVIVO so that we start picture analysis or images analysis. There will be two, I think I've given you two image files. One is recycle and one is recycle 2. You can import both of them into NVIVO. Recycle, whichever is the image You just import it. So you can work on different images also, that's not a problem. Files में जो files आपको भेजी थी ना पूरा कल जो recycle 2 images आते हैं. Import both of them. Okay, not audible. They say I'll have to put this. Now am I audible? Now am I audible? Again, you'll have to change it from speaker to that.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, okay. Okay, now I think I'm audible. Now, as I said that you will import the files called recycle 2, whichever files you see, which are image files, please import them from the dataset that you received yesterday into NVIVO. Import the files, recycle 2, which are image files, into NVIVO. The process is similar to the way you had imported the Word files and had imported the PDF files. The process is same. Okay, has it been imported? Okay. Now, why image files first? In qualitative research, our method of validating a model that we are constructing is only that we try and take data from different points. So lately we are doing a paper. We just started, I don't know how it comes out, but it is on the, we're doing it on an LGBTQ community. We are working, we're working on something which is technically called pink washing. Okay, the technical term is pink washing. Pink washing means that the brands say they are LGBTQAI plus pro, but they are actually not. So it's like saying that I'm promoting that, okay, I'm working for the LGBTQ community. But if there is a transgender in my own office or an MNC, I'm not treating them at par with others. So this hypocrisy between what you are promoting and what is actually there is called washing. Okay. Pink washing means when it is done in the context of the third gender. So we are working on this paper. Now in this, we are collecting data from 4 points. So we are going to interview a few employees who fall from the LGBTQIA plus community. This is going to be done through qualitative data. Okay. We are going to pick up all the promotions that these brands do on internet. Okay, I'll show you how to pull social media data into NVIVO. So that is another data set. So data point. Okay, so we are going to do PIs. That's one data point. We are going to take all that they are promoting in advertisements. Okay, that is another data point. We are going to take review of employees if we get some from some websites. Okay, that is the third data point. The fourth data point will be what newspaper articles are speaking about them. Okay, so we are going to analyze this one concept of pink washing, say for the IT industry or fashion industry. We are yet to choose an industry from 4 data points and see if they are actually genuinely doing something or is it actually pink washing. Okay, what I mean to say is, or the strength of this paper, if it formulates into a the way we are going will be that when you take data from 4 different points, you can validate this model better. And then you can say, you can tell the reviewer we took data from 4 points, thus my conceptual model is true and valid. Okay. So when you see these pictures, these images,
The basic.
there's a, yeah. the basic codes will remain same. Okay, the basic codes will remain same, but maybe through pictures we are reiterating those codes, and thus my model is becoming even more concrete. Okay, so right now the model is something like this. Can we can use a whiteboard in the call also, na? Zoom call also to build this model. So can you help me in that, please? So in the Zoom call, if there's a whiteboard, because they can't see this, and I want them also to see that. So आता है शेयरिंग में नहीं, शेयरिंग में नहीं सर, ये तो अच्छा नहीं, शो मीटिंग है ये। ओके, हाँ ठीक है, इसी को दिखा दे रहने चाहिए, कोई बात नहीं। ये दिख रहा है ना, शो मीटिंग में ये दिख जाएगा ना, बोर्ड दिख जाएगा ना। अच्छा, इसमें मोर में देखो सर, मोर में व्हाइट बोर्ड होगा पक्का। There isn't an option to write. चलिए, मैं अभी सर आप अभी के लिए एक काम करिए, ये ना हम ब्रेक में कर लेंगे। अभी के लिए आप वो जो शेयर हो रहा था ना मीटिंग में बोर्ड, वो शेयर कर दीजिए। अभी आपने मीटिंग शेयर करी ना, तो बोर्ड नजर आ रहा था अभी, तो एक बार वो करिए ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेट। नो, दिस विल बी विजिबल ना, जो मैं शेयर कर रही हूँ। अभी तो इनको NVIVO विजिबल है ना। अभी आपने ना एक शेयर, हाँ 1 मिनट से अब, नाउ द बोर्ड इज विजिबल टू यू, द व्हाइट बोर्ड इज विजिबल टू यू पार्टिसिपेंट्स, online participants, the whiteboard is visible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. We are trying to build up a whiteboard in Zoom also, but yeah, this is what it is, right? So this is the model we are constructing. Reuse through donation. Then we had reuse through family sharing. These were the codes we developed. Okay. And then there is recycle, जिसका अभी कोई कोड डेवलप नहीं हुआ है, and we have reduced. One code developed under this for Indians was sentiment, okay, or emotion. Okay, this is what we have done. This model per se is a theoretical model of sustainability. It has the 3 R's. The 3 R's were already given by authors, known authors, okay, and we are developing this into further mode. So the purpose of doing a manual code and then an auto code is कि हम इस मॉडल को 3R को और ज्यादा बढ़ाते जाएंगे. We need more of these. Now we have come to images, and the image that you see, the recycle image that you see, it has a girl holding a suit. That suit, now these are all pictures taken from the house of the respondents, and I have not taken them. These pictures have actually been ranked for the purpose of understanding of image coding from Dr. Vyas's paper. Okay, so I have not taken them. It comes from Dr. Vyas's paper. And you see this girl holding this suit. It is probably being formed from an old sari. Okay, so which of the R's is it? When a sari is used to cut and form a suit for a child, which it is recycled. Okay, now where in my personal interview data, I did not get reuse, I did get reuse, I did get reduce. Recycle was something I didn't get much to hear about. Okay, suppose I did get to hear about, but I'm just saying it got missed out. Now this image that came out, it clearly showed recycle. Okay, and now I want to know what was the motivation of these people to recycle. Okay, so I asked this lady, I said, you have recycled this. Have you done it yourself? She said, yes, I've done it myself. I said, why did you get it done from an alterer? She said, paise kharch hote. Okay, what's the theme? Saving. So in recycle, we have a theme called saving. Plus, she said one more thing. She said, why should I take it to the alterer? Even I knew how to do it. Or I was skilled enough to convert this into this. She gave me more examples like torn bed sheets could be converted into pillow covers. Okay. Some good, I don't know what they call it. Some sort of embroidery, etc. Also, she used to do. She could make table mats. She could make many things. Okay. And because she could make all these things, she was not probably buying from outside. Okay. So all this was a part of recycle, and we got a new code over here from what she narrated, which was called skill of the lady. This lady was equipped skill-wise to be able to recycle. And thus she did it. So when we compared the findings of this to Generation Z is not even equipped to stitch a button of a shirt themselves. So even if a button in the morning, so suppose you are just, buttoning your cufflinks and it just comes off, they have to wait for somebody, a maid, to come and stitch it. Okay, they don't even know how to put a thread into the needle. Okay, or they'll wait for an alterer. And now it's more of a very lazy generation. Arey kaun itna kaam kare, shirt hi nahi le lete. Okay, so that was Generation Z, and this was baby boomers. Okay, so we are extending this model now because we pulled in images. We could extend the model to a new code called skill of the lady. Another thing I asked her was that don't you think it takes too much of time? You could have delegated this task. She also said, I had a lot of time. Mind you, they were all housewives at that point of time. They were not working. So time came out to be a very big factor in this initiative of recycling. So she said, I had time. Another thing she told me, she said, I had the equipment. I had a machine. I had all color threads. I had all sizes of needles, X, Y, Z, something which Generation Z doesn't keep. I don't know how many of you have machines at home. We've stopped here. Okay, one odd person, but otherwise, because of these factors, we now don't get into too much of recycling. Okay, the skill is gone, and God forbid, in a arranged marriage, if you ask this skill to a lady, she takes offense and might even reject the person. But anyways, these are new things which came out from, and now I want to come back to my screen. So how do I come back? NVIVO, right? Will they, can they see it now? No, you'll have to change it too. So that's the model that I was doing on the whiteboard. I wanted to show to the online participants also, because we are extending that. And now we are coming back to NVIVO. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Okay, now you've understood why we brought it. Now quickly, let's code it. Now what you will do is you would select this part of the picture. So you will select this part of the picture. You have to just drag and select. Just drag and select this part of the picture. If you have dragged it correctly, it should be a dotted moving line the way it is. Drag only that part of the picture which shows recycle. All right, drag, done. Okay, right click, go to code selection, right click, go to code selection, create top level code. A dialog box opens on the left side. Please write skill of lady and code to new code. I am repeating, drag this part of the picture, right click, code selection, create top level code. There's a dialog box which opens, type skill of lady. This is the same way we have done yesterday on the Word file, and go to code to new code. To check whether it's been done or not, if you go to codes, you should now be able to see skill of the lady, in case it has been done correctly. Any doubts so far? Should I come along and see? Have you been able to drag? You can do it on any picture. You can do it on any picture. Just make the code. Yeah. Yeah. You've been able to drag? Right click code. Yeah. Give it a name. It is a similar way you did in the Word file. बिल्कुल same है. ठीक है, ड्रैग करिए, राइट क्लिक करिए, कोड का नाम दीजिए, ड्रैग करिए, ड्रैग करा, हाँ, ड्रैग करिए, कर दिया, राइट क्लिक, हाँ, कोड सिलेक्शन, नाम दीजिए स्किल ऑफ लेडी, ड्रैग हुआ, ड्रैग करिए, लाइन नहीं नजर आ रही, ड्रैग करिए, हाँ हाँ, सिलेक्ट करिए, हाँ, राइट क्लिक करिए, हाँ, हो गया, कोड नजर आ रहा है, ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, प्लीज वेट, कोड नजर आ रहा है तो प्लीज वेट, कोई जिसको कोड ना नजर आ रहा हो ड्रैग करने के बाद, बनाने के बाद, तो मुझे बताइए. Anybody who cannot see the code after dragging and coding it, please do let me know. So all of you now, along with the basic codes that you have, should have got skill of the lady also. हाँ जी, नहीं आया? Just a second. Where is the skill of the lady? It is not visible. Show me. कोड हुआ नहीं होगा ना? You have selected. पहले आप select करो. Right click. Select करके right click. Code selection. New करो. New. इसमें है. ये ना आपने ऑटो कोडेड में डाल दिया ना, देखो आपने कोड्स की जगह उसको ऑटो कोडेड में डाल दिया. सो व्हाट यू डू इज डू इट अगेन, ठीक है, एंड बाय डिफॉल्ट इट्स गोइंग, सो यू क्लिक हियर, अब इसको कोड क्लिक करके अब न्यू करो तो हो जाना चाहिए, नहीं तो ऑटो कोडेड में भी है तो चलेगा. ओके, ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेंट्स, हैव यू फिनिश्ड दिस? हैव यू बीन एबल टू कोड into skill of the lady? Skill of the lady.
Yes, ma'am.
Twice because I have done it many times in the workshop. That's why. Not worry about that. So you'll see more codes in my code list because I've done it many a times. Okay, and this is original data, so you'll see more codes than what I'm doing before. Right? Okay. Now if this is done.
Selected part, right?
Yeah.
Only selected.
Yes. So I'll tell you why only the selected part, because sometimes what happens is when we are doing the same exercise on advertisements. Okay, so in advertisements, we select a logo and then right click and say it is green. Then we select the endorser. Then we say, okay, the theme is empathy. So sometimes within an ad, there are different parts of the ad which we select and we code differently. So that's why this process of selection of a particular part. Here it's not relevant, but it could be relevant in advertising. Okay, now you have, after you've done this, you have an edit tool on the top of the picture. Please click it. On the top of a picture, you have an edit. Please check it. The moment you check it, you will find a dialog box opens on the right side where you can write about this picture. So any of you who thought that this picture is going to, the software is so capable that you're going to throw the picture into it and it's going to make a theme out of it, softwares aren't that intelligent. As of now, even if again, the IT people will correct me if I'm wrong. If I throw this picture into a software, the max it can tell me this is a red color dress. Okay, maybe from the make of it, it can also say it's an Indian dress. That's the max AI can do. More than this, it can't. I mean, relating it to my 3R, I think that is next to impossible as of now for AI. Okay. Or even if it does it, I'm not saying it's not possible. The amount of input that I'll have to go give to AI, उसको जो समझाना पड़ेगा मुझे थीम लेने के लिए, I think उतने टाइम में मैं खुद ही कर लूंगी. But anyways, that's for people who are very skilled in giving commands to those softwares. So yeah, so typable, and here you start transcribing because picture is not transcribed. So you'll write that the lady, please write whatever I've told you in your own words. The lady was skilled to form a suit of a sari, and she had the equipment and time for the same. One more motivation for the lady was savings. Please write all this that you not only saw in the picture but was narrated by the participant. Okay, write only one line as of now. Don't write the whole thing. Write only one line as of now. We are short of time. That's okay. The software will never know. Equipment, time, effort, skill of the lady. These are the major themes. While you write, it should reflect. Okay, has everybody written a line? Now, once you have written this, it is only written here. It has not been put into the code as a reference. Now, I want to put this into the code. Which code? Skill of the lady as a reference. So what do? There's a numeric here, 4. Sorry. In my case, it is 4. In your case, it will be 1. Click on it, and this whole text becomes blue in color. The moment it becomes blue in color, right click, go to code selection. You have already made the code skill of the lady. Click on it and click on code to skill of the lady. Yeah, so there's a numeric here. When you click it, it becomes blue in color. Right click, go to code selection. You have already made the code skill of the lady. So this time you're not going to make a new code. Click on the code skill of the lady and then go to code selection to skill of the lady. Now what have you done? You've actually sent this reference to that code. To check, go to skill of lady, double click it, go to skill of lady and double click it. The reference that you just made, the lady was skilled to so and so, should reflect in this code. If you have done it correctly, this line should reflect in this code. We'll stop at 12:45 for questions. So till that time, let's just do, yeah.
What is this numerical number represent?
Nothing. The number of references that you're making out of the picture. So I've made 4. So sometimes when, as I said in an advertisement, when you select 4 things, you'll have to 4 times write down. So then it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. And they all 4 might be in different 4 codes, or maybe 2, maybe in 1 code also. That depends. So basically, in the Word document, everything was written. So we were just selecting it and coding it. But in a picture, we have to first transcribe and then code. So pictures cannot be thrown in. So can you see that in codes? Is the line visible? The line is visible for these people. Is the line visible in the code? Skill of the lady code में ये line visible होनी चाहिए अगर coding सही करिए. Edit, मैम उसके ऊपर edit button है. हाँ, click करिए आ गया ना? राइट, अब लिखना शुरू करिए। राइट साइड में देखिए बॉक्स खुल गया, लिखना शुरू करिए। हाँ जी, लिखना शुरू करिए, लिख के उसको कोड करिए। लिखिए, पूरा लिखिए, द लेडी हैड, उसके बाद उसके न्यूमेरिक पे क्लिक करिए। आप बस एक लाइन लिख लीजिए, दैट्स ओके, जस्ट टू लर्न। नाउ क्लिक ऑन द न्यूमेरिक 1। न्यूमेरिक पे क्लिक करिए। मैम, जहां आपने टेक्स्ट लिखा है उसके लेफ्ट साइड एक 1 नंबर है, उस पे क्लिक करिए। हाँ बस, अब ब्लू हो गया ना? अब राइट क्लिक करिए, कोड सिलेक्शन में जाइए। स्किल ऑफ द लेडी कोड करा था पहले? अगर नहीं करा था तो न्यू कोड बनाइए, अगर करा था तो उसमें डाल दीजिए। हाँ ठीक है, एवरीबडी कैन सी दैट लाइन इन द कोड। हाँ जी, यू कैन सी द लाइन, व्हाई नॉट? कोड कहाँ है? दैट इज ओके, कोड कहाँ है? डबल क्लिक करिए, शो तो हो रहा है, पिक्चर भी शो हो रही है, ये भी शो हो रही है। आपका मैक है ना मैम? मैक में थोड़ा सा डिफरेंटली आएगा, लेकिन शो तो हो रहा है। क्या नहीं हो रहा बताइए? ओके, जस्ट लेट मी सी दिस ड्यूरिंग लंच। कुछ इसका सिस्टम मैक का थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट है। मैक में शायद ऑटो कोड करके देखिए था, इवन ऑटो कोड डजंट वर्क वेल इन मैक। या ऑटो कोड डजंट वर्क इन मैक। ओके, now so that's about coding a picture, right? Now what we can do next is classification of files. ये थोड़ा सा complicated है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा स्टेप बाय स्टेप मेरे साथ चलिएगा। ये थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है। हम क्या करने वाले हैं मैं आपको बता देती हूँ। हम इन सारी फाइल्स को अज्यूम करेंगे कि ट्रांसक्रिप्ट हैं। वी विल अज्यूम दीज आर ट्रांसक्रिप्ट्स 1 2 3 4 5 6, और हम इनको क्लासिफाई करेंगे मेल फीमेल में, यंग एज ओल्ड एज में, ऐसे करके हम इनको क्लासिफाई करेंगे। ठीक है, अब इसमें पहले हम क्या करेंगे, केस क्लासिफिकेशंस पे चले जाइए। लेफ्ट साइड पे केसेस के बीच में केस क्लासिफिकेशन है। लेफ्ट साइड ब्लू कलर विंडो, केस क्लासिफिकेशन, राइट क्लिक, केस क्लासिफिकेशन पे राइट क्लिक, a pop-up will open, it says new classification, click on new classification, and यहाँ आप मुझे बताते रहेंगे ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेंट्स एज वेल एज ऑफलाइन कि आप इस विंडो तक पहुंच गए हैं, तभी मैं आगे जाऊंगी। इसमें बहुत सारे स्टेप्स हैं, और अगर एक भी विंडो रहेगी तो you'll not be able to finish this. Okay, create a new classification. इस क्लासिफिकेशन को नाम दीजिए डेमोग्राफिक्स। इस क्लासिफिकेशन को नाम दीजिए डेमोग्राफिक्स। दे दिया? ओके क्लिक करिए, ओके क्लिक करिए। आपको केस क्लासिफिकेशंस में यहां ये नजर आना शुरू हो जाएगा। ठीक है, डेमोग्राफिक्स नजर आ रहा है सबको? ठीक है, अब राइट क्लिक करिए। जब नजर आ रहा है उसको राइट क्लिक करिए और न्यू एट्रीब्यूट में जाइए। राइट क्लिक करिए और न्यू एट्रीब्यूट में जाइए। Do you see this window? Okay. Now the attribute that we are forming right now under demographics is gender. तो इसको नाम दीजिए gender. इसको नाम दीजिए gender. हो गया? ओके। जनरल के ऊपर जनरल के साथ एक विंडो है जिसमें लिखा है वैल्यूज, उस पर क्लिक करिए। इसी पॉपअप में जनरल के राइट साइड में एक विंडो है वैल्यूज, उसको क्लिक करिए। क्लिक ऑन द ऐड। दो वैल्यूज बाय डिफॉल्ट हर वेरिएबल में लेके चलता है वो क्लासिफिकेशन में, विच इज अनअसाइंड एंड नॉट एप्लीकेबल। उसके अलावा जेंडर में आई वांटेड टू राइट मेल, सो ऐड मेल, ऐड फीमेल, फिर से सिर्फ ऐड करते जाइए, एंड ऐड अदर्स, ऐड मेल, ऐड फीमेल एंड ऐड अदर्स। Have you been able to do this? Okay. Now click and OK. Now click and OK. ठीक है, सबका जेंडर बन गया। अब आप डेमोग्राफिक के नीचे जेंडर देख सकते हो। ठीक है, we want to add one more attribute. One is gender. So demographic पे ही फिर से राइट क्लिक करिए, demographic पे ही फिर से राइट क्लिक करिए and go to new attribute. And this time it's going to be age. New attribute, age. दे दिया, नाम दे दिया? Okay. Again, next to the general window, there is a window of values. ठीक है, दो वैल्यूज बाय डिफॉल्ट हैं, अनअसाइंड एंड नॉट एप्लीकेबल। दो और वैल्यूज ऐड करिए, बीबी, बेबी बूमर्स एंड जनरेशन जी। मेरे जो इंटरव्यूज एनवीवो में आए हैं, मुझे पता तो चले वो बेबी बूमर्स का है, कौन सा बेबी बूमर्स का है, कौन सा जनरेशन जी का है। ऐड दिस, ऐड हो गया। ऐड बेबी बूमर्स, ऐड जनरेशन जी and click OK. Click OK. Now you should be able to see under demographics, gender and age. Is it visible? If you have done it correctly, even if you see one classification, I think it's okay. Gender and age. Now please hold on for a minute. Let me see what online participants are asking. Repeat. Okay, I am repeating it for the where. Okay, I'm repeating it fully again. Okay. For the online participants, I'm doing this whole thing again once for all. Case classifications on the left side, blue window, right click, new classification. Give it a name, demographics. Give it a name, demographics, and click OK. Now you will actually see this classification, demographics, in the case classifications. Right click and say new attribute. In this pop-up of new attribute, give the attribute a name, gender. You have two windows, one general and one values. It is telling you to assign values to the gender. Two values are there by default. Add male, add female, add others. And click OK. Now, under demographics, you can see the gender classification. The classification that you have made is named demographics. The gender, age, income, etc. are attributes of the case classification. So when you have to make a new classification, you have to go to case classification, right click and say make new classification. But if you want to make an attribute within a classification, you'll have to right click the classification and say create new attribute. So that's with gender. So now your classification is made, but we haven't assigned yet. अभी assignment नहीं हुई, अब assign करेंगे. Now we'll go to files. ठीक है, मैं एक का प्रोसेस बताऊंगी, आप सारी फाइल्स असाइन करेंगे. ठीक है, so suppose recycle is a male and baby boomer. Suppose ट्रांसक्रिप्ट है, so right click, नीचे चले जाइए, बिल्कुल नीचे क्लासिफिकेशन दिखेगी. सेकंड, ये जूम विंडो को एडजस्ट करने दीजिए. राइट क्लिक, बिल्कुल नीचे क्लासिफिकेशन है, बिल्कुल नीचे क्लासिफिकेशन है. क्लासिफिकेशन में डेमोग्राफिक्स आपको दिख रहा है, उसमें क्लिक कर दीजिए. हर फाइल को जाके डेमोग्राफिक दिख रहा है, उसमें जाके क्लिक कर दीजिए. व्हेन यू क्लिक, इट विल आस्क यू अगेन, दो विंडोज खुल जाएंगी पॉपअप में, एक जनरल और एक एट्रीब्यूट वैल्यूज. क्लिक ऑन द एट्रीब्यूट वैल्यूज. ओके, आप देखेंगे जेंडर और एज के आगे लिखा है अनअसाइंड. ड्रॉप डाउन करिए. जेंडर मैंने क्या कहा था, ये भाई साहब मेल थे. एज मैंने क्या बोला था, बेबी बूमर थे. और ओके कर दीजिए. यू हैव टू डू दिस टू ईच फाइल. ओके, बट दिस इज अ लेंथी प्रोसेस. मैं आपको एक छोटा प्रोसेस बता देती हूँ. इंटरव्यू ट्रांसक्रिप्ट, राइट क्लिक, क्लासिफिकेशन, डेमोग्राफिक में डाल दीजिए. सिंपली ओके प्रेस कर दीजिए, अभी वैल्यूज मत दीजिए. सिमिलरली दूसरी जो फाइल्स हैं, सपोज डोमेस्टिक आर्टिफैक्ट्स, राइट क्लिक, क्लासिफिकेशन, डेमोग्राफिक, ओके. सिर्फ ओके ओके करती जाइए. राइट क्लिक, क्लासिफिकेशन, डेमोग्राफिक, ओके. सारी फाइल्स को ऐसे करके केस क्लासिफिकेशंस में आइए एंड डबल क्लिक ऑन डेमोग्राफिक. Double click on demographics. You will see all files assigned will be shown here, and you just have to drop down and assign them gender and this thing. इकट्ठा हो जाएगा आपका काम. वहां आप एक एक करके जाके करोगे, यहाँ आपने इकट्ठे कर ले. Okay, now any doubts? Online part. And I'll come to the offline. तो मैं जब तक क्वालिटेटिव की बात होती है ना थ्योरी के, तब तक in fact it's very difficult to initially it was very difficult to take a qualitative workshop, क्योंकि लोग कहते थे कि ये तो नहीं बढ़िया नहीं है. वो कहते थे ये तो मतलब this is nothing so concrete, there's nothing concrete. It is only when it comes to the software that they start enjoying. You can sir, लेकिन एक बात बताऊं, ये जो सब आपने जितने भी ड्राफ्ट करे ना, इनमें से एक भी हम पेपर में नहीं लगाते. सॉफ्टवेयर जानने के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, टू ऑर्गेनाइज योर डेटा बहुत अच्छी बात है. पेपर नहीं छपेंगे इससे. ये इन सब से ये कभी हमने पेपर में नहीं लगाया. हाँ जी. हाँ हाँ ओके. इसको एलोकेट करो. पहले एलोकेट करो, फिर उसकी वैल्यूज आएंगी. आप पहले इस फाइल को एक फाइल को एलोकेट करके देखो. राइट क्लिक करो, इस फाइल को राइट क्लिक करो, राइट क्लिक सिलेक्ट करके राइट क्लिक करो. नीचे क्लासिफिकेशन में चलो, सबसे नीचे क्लासिफिकेशन में आपकी क्लासिफिकेशन का नाम क्या था वो दिया होगा. डेमोग्राफिक्स करो, क्लिक करो. ठीक है, आ गया. ओके कर दो, अभी ओके कर दो, ओके कर दो, ठीक है। आप केस क्लासिफिकेशंस में जाओ लेफ्ट साइड और डेमोग्राफिक्स में जाओ, ठीक है, डबल क्लिक करो डेमोग्राफिक्स, आ गया ना, असाइन करो, असाइन कर दो, बस आप दोनों को असाइन कर दो। आप लोग ना, कुछ लोग आप क्या कर रहे हो, डेमोग्राफिक्स के अंदर जो जेंडर एज है ना, बिना एलोकेट करके उसको क्लिक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो, उसमें कुछ नहीं दिखाएगा। आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, डेमोग्राफिक्स के अंदर जाके जेंडर वगैरह को खाली खाली क्लिक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उसमें कुछ नहीं दिखाएगा। जब तक आप फाइल उसमें नहीं डालोगे वो आपका एलोकेशन टेबल नहीं दिखाएगा, ठीक है। सो दिस इज असाइंड, ओके, या ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेंट्स, okay, most of them have done, so I think online maybe, I don't think, I hope you have got this matrix, ठीक है। अब क्या हुआ है, अच्छा मैंने असाइन नहीं किया, एक सेकेंड, मैं जब तक मैं असाइन नहीं करूंगी तब तक मेरा काम नहीं चलेगा, क्योंकि आई वांट टू डू सम, एज बेबी बूमर, एज जनरेशन, ठीक है। अब मेरी सारी फाइल्स आर असाइन्ड टू सम डेमोग्राफिक्स, व्हिच मींस आई हैव टोल्ड दिस फाइल इज मेल, दिस फाइल इज फीमेल, सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ। अब कुछ कोडिंग की थी, फीमेल्स में कौन से कोड ज्यादा प्रेवलेंट थे, मेल्स में कौन से थे, क्लासिफाई करा है तो थोड़ा देख ही लेते हैं। सो नाउ व्हाट यू डू इज, go to explore, and go to matrix coding query। अब इसमें एक मैं बता देती हूँ, फिर आप 2-3 में खेल सकते हैं इससे। It is asking you to make a matrix, it wants you to see a matrix, इसने क्या कितना कहा and all that, but it will give you a choice of rows and columns, ठीक है। तो पहले हम क्या करेंगे, पहले क्या करते हैं, प्लस में चले जाइए रोज में, इट सेज सिलेक्ट आइटम्स और सिलेक्ट एट्रीब्यूट्स। एट्रीब्यूट्स क्या हुए, ठीक है, या फिर इट सेज सिलेक्ट फाइल्स। तो अभी हम सिलेक्ट आइटम्स में चले जाते हैं। बाय डिफॉल्ट ये फाइल्स आ रही हैं, इन सब को चेक कर दीजिए, सिलेक्ट ऑल कर दीजिए, इन सब को सिलेक्ट ऑल कर दीजिए और ओके कर दीजिए। If you can, if you have been able to do that, you will be able to see all your files over here in the rows wala box, correct। राइट साइड में देयर इज कॉलम्स, उसमें भी प्लस और माइनस का आपको साइन दिखेगा, ठीक है, कॉलम्स राइट साइड। अब इन दिस यू ऐड प्लस एंड सिलेक्ट आइटम्स, एंड इसमें आप फाइल्स की जगह कोड पे चले जाइए, लेफ्ट साइड फाइल की जगह कोड्स पे चले जाइए, सिलेक्ट ऑल कोड्स एंड क्लिक ओके, सिलेक्ट ऑल कोड्स एंड क्लिक ओके। ठीक है, एनीबडी हु इज नॉट रीच्ड हियर, आई विल बी वेटिंग फर्स्ट। कुछ नहीं करा हमने, रोज में जाके सिलेक्ट आइटम में सारी फाइल सिलेक्ट कर ली, कॉलम्स में जाके सिलेक्ट आइटम में सारे कोड्स सिलेक्ट कर ली जितने बने, ठीक है, डन, ठीक है। नाउ रन क्वेरी। It is still running for me. Have you guys got the matrix? Okay. कितने आए हैं उस मैट्रिक्स में क्लियरली नजर आ रहा है, ठीक है। डोनेशन, how many in donation comes in this, you will be able to see it. Have the online participants been able to get the matrix?
Ma'am, please repeat the step for matrix.
So in the rows, you have explore and matrix query. First, you can see something called rows. There's a plus sign to that. Select items. In items, select all the files and click OK. So in the rows box, you have all the files. In a similar way, go to columns. In columns, go to select items. In select items, go to codes on the left side. By default, it will be on files, but go to codes. Select all the codes and click OK. Your column will now have all the codes. Why am I hung? मेरा मैट्रिक्स क्यों नहीं आया? क्या हो गया? It's still hung. Okay, by the time this works, can I see your matrix also? So that I know exactly. आ गया ना? ठीक है. पर आपका भी तो hung ही है सर. आया कहाँ है अभी?
नहीं
है ना? नहीं हुआ ना? हाँ तो ठीक है सर. I'm not alone. आ गया? उसमें how many codes come from which file? अब इसमें बहुत ज्यादा फाइल्स की तो आपने कोडिंग की नहीं थी, लेकिन इंटरव्यू ट्रांसक्रिप्ट की डोनेशन की थी. तो जरा देखिए, एक कोड डोनेशन के अंदर इंटरव्यू ट्रांसक्रिप्ट में 1 आना चाहिए, 0 नहीं आना चाहिए. यू गेट माई पॉइंट? है ना? सो डोनेशन और इंटरव्यू ट्रांसक्रिप्ट के बीच में जो क्रॉस है, इट शुड बी 1. मोस्ट ऑफ द मैट्रिक्स यू विल बी गेटिंग 0 बिकॉज किसी और फाइल से, पीडीएफ से, कहीं से आपने कोडिंग की नहीं. बट डोनेशन वाला जो होगा फाइल, इंटरव्यू ट्रांसक्रिप्ट 4 और डोनेशन, उसमें 1 आएगा. क्या हुआ? आप प्लस करो करो, रो में प्लस करिए. हाँ प्लस करिए. प्लस ये रहा. अच्छा, आप रिकॉर्डिंग दोगे? रिकॉर्डिंग ले लेंगे. हाँ नहीं, वो तो ठीक है, बट दैट्स व्हाई दे विल नॉट अटेंड. सो सपोज दोस 40 हु आर नॉट अटेंडिंग, मैं उनका सोच रही थी, तो वो रिकॉर्डिंग के लिए वेट कर रहे थे ना. तब अटेंड नहीं कर रहे तो उनको Okay, well, you might have got the matrix. I haven't got the matrix yet. It's still hanging, so it might just take a little bit of time for me. And for a few offline participants also, it's taking a little bit of time. But why? It's now I can see bits and pieces of it's coming up. I can see the numbers 5, 1. So ban raha hai. It's still processing. I can see the numbers on the screen, so it should be over in another few seconds.
Ma'am, within column, what we need to select?
Post lunch, We'll be doing two things. One is construction of maps and one is social media data extraction. ठीक है, ये दो चीजें करेंगे.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Within column, what we need to select?
Have the rest got the matrix? Anybody who's still hung? You're also hung. So
आपकी तो 3 होंगी, आप क्यों हम वो मेरे लिए 10 फाइल सिलेक्टेड है, उसमें वीडियो भी है, सब कुछ है, पता नहीं कैसे आप 3 फाइल आप लोग कैसे हम वो मुझे तो नहीं याद है. कैन यू चेक द नेट कनेक्टिविटी, उसका तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ठीक है. Now the problem is if you are stuck at this, you cannot go ahead. Okay, जो हम stuck हो गए उनको तो छोड़ दीजिए आप, है ना. जिनका हम ये have got the matrix. Very good. आप तो सीखना शुरू करो. Now what you do is in rows. Go to rows. ठीक है. Okay. Online participants also need to stuck at this matrix for some reason. Okay, it is getting constructed in a lot of time. So while this comes back, the ones who have got the matrix, online and offline of both participants, will try making another type of a matrix. So what you do is I'm telling you the steps. In the rows, okay, you will select all the files and go to minus. Rows में सारी files select करिए और minus कर दीजिए. This will delete all your files from the row. Okay? कॉलम में कोट्स के साथ हम ऐसा नहीं करेंगे, हम कोट्स को रिटेन करेंगे. ठीक है, कोट्स के साथ ऐसा नहीं करेंगे. कॉलम में सिर्फ रो वाले कॉलम में सिलेक्ट ऑल द फाइल्स एंड क्लिक ऑन माइनस. सारी फाइल्स डिलीट हो गई. वेरी गुड. नाउ गो टू प्लस. रोज में इन द रोज इटसेल्फ गो टू प्लस. व्हिच आर टू ऑप्शंस यू सी? सिलेक्ट एट्रीब्यूट. गो टू सिलेक्ट एट्रीब्यूट. Go to select attribute. ठीक है, कौन से attributes नजर आ रहे हैं? Okay, you have a select attribute. There's a drop down to select. Click on the drop down to select. Right? They have case classifications on the left side. Click on that. Correct. You can see Vivo graphics. Click on that and click OK. Click OK. Okay. Okay. Plus, yeah, gender. Okay. Okay. Now we have selected gender. But the software will ask you, you want the values matched to which gender, male or female? Okay. So select male and say OK. ये इसको कैंसिल कर सकते हैं किसी तरीके से.
Okay, I'm canceling the command and coming back again to NVIVO. Will I cancel? Do you want to change the save? No. Here you go. Now let me, query is still running, queue running. I'm trying to open the NVIVO again because the query got stuck. And we'll do this exercise now with genders. So which gender gave which code? That is what I'm trying to find out. Oh, yeah. Anu ma'am, you're correct. She's reminding me in the sentiment analysis, the graph showed negative sentiment and we had to, yeah. Correct. I'll uncode that also. So right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to make explore. I hope all of you can see. Okay, you can't see. Here you go. So online participants, I hope you can see now. Please repeat this query matrix with me. One matrix we have made, matrix coding query. So in the columns, what I do is I select items. In the items, I select all codes. Select all and OK. In the rows, what I do is I select attribute values. I want it to tell me male or female. And there's a pop-up saying attribute. Click on select. Go to case classifications. Go to demographic and select, say, gender. And click an OK. Now, the pop-up asks you, in the gender, do you want the value equal to male or female? I want both, but value equal male, I will say OK. Okay. So what does it have in the row now? All values of the files which are males, which means all files of males will be selected to compare with codes. But I want females also. So what do? I again go to plus, select attribute, again in demographics, case classifications, demographics, gender, OK. And this time when it says equal with gender, I click on female and I click OK. So now you see it is going to pick up values from files which are males as well as females. It is going to make a matrix with whom? On the right side, what do you have? Codes. So now run query. And here comes the matrix. Again, and it doesn't take that long. Why it was moderately negative, and I think then we are good to go for lunch. All right, so that's the matrix. Can everybody see? Can everybody see the matrix? Okay, so it clearly shows that this gender file, okay, came from males, this came from females, and how many codes were there in each of the files? Okay, in fact, here I think I've done one mistake. Let me rectify it. In columns, I should have taken codes, I've taken files. Wait, let me do this again. In the columns, I should have selected codes. I think by default, I took up files. Let me rectify this. Select all. It's very simple. Select all.
Okay, it got codes and files together. I didn't delete the first. And minus. All things are gone. Now, in the columns, select items, codes, select all codes, and OK. Yeah, so this is codes, this is gender. Now, now it will not show files, it should only show codes and the male females who set those codes. Why is it still showing? Okay. Why is this not getting deleted? Very strange. What's this? Give me 1 minute. There's something wrong here. Okay, I got it. I got it. Minus. I got it. Plus, select items. Okay. Codes. Okay, it selects all of these, not these. Not these automatically. Select codes. Select all. Select items. Select. The select all was selecting everything, codes, files, etc. So now I'm manually putting in all the codes and run query. Yeah, we've got it. So this query chart that you see over here is between codes and how many of those were males or females. So you can see that this is male, females, let's talk about family inheritance, governance, etc. And when it comes to males, they did not talk about these particular things. See it in the vertical column, you have something called chart. So this is the chart. It shows that female Okay, so this is a matrix which has shown you which codes were more prevalent in male vis-a-vis female respondents. Is this clear? Okay. Now, the sentiment analysis thing, let me find it out first. Oh, okay, I shut down the NVIVO, so probably that might have gone. So the sentiment analysis that was there is showing negative sentiment, correct? Moderately negative. Can you go back to that window? You have these small windows over here. Like this is matrix coding. Similar to the left side, you see word cloud, sentiment, all windows will be there. Can we go to the sentiment analysis window, please? Where there was a bar chart of sentiment analysis. And what I'll do is I'll quickly do it. So interview transcript, home, auto code, identify sentiment, next, finish. Okay, that was our sentiment, and we went to auto code sentiment, and we went to chart. This was the chart. Okay, I hope you found it in your window. Double click moderately negatively. Moderately negative bar chart ko click kariye to see which were the references which have been sent
from the software to moderately negative. Double click the bar to see which are the references or pieces of information in interview transcript 4 which have been sent to moderately negative. And read the sentences. Are they actually negative? Please tell me. Read these sentences. Are they actually negative? Or has the software wrongly put them into moderately negative? Read them. They're there. Sense is negative. We donate clothes. Earlier used to boil soaps, but now due to paucity of time, we don't. Are these negative? We reuse clothes to make sari bags. Is this negative? No. Why does the software put it into moderately negative? Okay. Another limitation of the software is that it understands only basic English. So there are words in this like old, reduce, wastage, discard, garbage. It is those words that the software has picked up and said they are moderately negative. Okay. Thus, all tools of NVIVO should not be applied everywhere. In my research, the transcript will have words like old, waste, discard. Whenever I do a sentiment analysis, it will show negative. The software does not have, at least NVIVO does not have, the capacity of logically saying whether the sentence is negative or not. For example, if I say I don't like you, it will take it as negative because it has the word don't. But if I say I don't think I don't like you, which means I like you, it will say even more negative because it has two don't. Okay? So don't use every tool, learn, but don't use every tool everywhere. In my research, sentiment analysis should not have been done because my data was full of words like old, discard, waste, etc. So despite the fact that my codes are positive, donate, the heavy weightage of these words, the sentiment came out to be negative. Not audible. Am I audible now? Why am I not audible? Okay. That's the last 7 minutes. Any doubts, please, for whatever we have done? Any doubts on whatever we have done? Matrix query. So what we did, if I can reiterate since morning, we did the word cloud. We did text search, autocode, sentiment analysis, classification, and matrix. All of them are clear. Is there anybody over here also who's not been able to do it? Okay. Now, if that is the case and we have time, I'll try and show you one of the papers where these two techniques have been used. As in, they have been shown. NVIVO results have been shown. I've never shown them in my paper. I've just used them for thematic analysis. But this is a paper, again, courtesy Dr. Neeraj Kaushik, who sent it to me. This is Dr. Arpan Kar's paper, Dr. Arpan Kar from IIT Delhi. And, oh, sorry, yes, sorry, I have to, correct. the paper and this is the one. Yeah, IJIM, correct. So this is the two functions that I showed you, and they have used it in the paper. Word cloud and sentiment analysis. Okay, but unlike the paper that I made, the two tools in Sir's paper are in sync. Okay, so if the word cloud is showing, now this paper was on impact of artificial intelligence on employees of 4.0 companies. So if you say that in the personal interviews given, if the employees did say that there was stress, there was overload, there was insecurity, you also see that the sentiment analysis showed that the sentiment was moderately. The findings of any two tools in NVIVO, they should be in sync with each other. Okay, in my case, what is happening is because of the research objective, it's not the fault of data collection. Because of the research objective, when I made a word cloud, I had in the center, there was donation, if you remember, which is very, very positive theme. But my sentiment analysis came out to be negative because of the limitation of the software that it picks up negative words and makes the sentiment negative. Okay, is it understood where to use? So you learn everything. You have another hour to go. I'll tell you 5 more things in NVIVO. But all should not be used in your paper because you know it. Use what is appropriate. And whichever tools you are using have to be in sync. So look at his paper. If they said they were negative towards, the same is shown in the sentiment. Just imagine the word cloud shows insecurities, work, overload, changes, stress, and the sentiment analysis comes out to be positive. The reviewer will reject the paper. Two findings cannot be so contradictory. Okay, even if you're using it. Right? Okay, I think we'll stop here. Any doubts? Offline participants, any doubts? Fail to detect your speaker. Right. Okay. Online participants, any doubts before we go for lunch? Okay. Any participants over here? No doubts? Okay, we'll proceed for lunch then. In case online participants, you do doubts from lunch, I'll take them first thing.
निकाल के देगा अपने आप।
लगाएगा फिर स्टेपलर बच्चा तो भी लगाएगा पता लगा लेती है पढ़ाने वाले नहीं देना क्यों
Online participants, am I audible? Am I audible? So we are starting the session. Online participants, am I audible? Okay, great.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so yeah, the last 1 hour. And again, because it's the end of 2 days session, so I'll stop at quarter to 3, sorry, quarter to 3 for the last 15 minutes to be for your question answers, right? Any question answers you have. So let's start with a few more things that we can do in, I'm so sorry. I do not know how this got activated. Okay. Um, now let's go to making maps. Okay, first we'll make maps and then we'll go to social media data analysis. Right. Let's go to maps first. I'll just stop sharing this paper. And okay, so that's NVIVO. I hope you can see the NVIVO screen. हाँ, इसको बंद कर दीजिए सर. हाँ. NVIVO screen you can see. Now all of you will go to explore. All laptops on, please. I know post lunch it's very difficult. I don't know if it's difficult for you or me. So at a very jovial note, my younger daughter has a tutor who comes to teach 2 hours. 12th standard, TCM she's taken. He teaches physics and he teaches maths and sometimes he teaches for 2.5 hours. That poor guy who's struggling with my daughter and in subjects like physics and maths, he doesn't take a break in that 2.5 hours because he's very, very ethical towards his job and all that. But my daughter, after 1 hour, goes to the TV room, has a cup of coffee, takes 10 minutes off, and the tutor is waiting inside. So it's like that. So at a jovial note, I don't know whether I should be a little low post lunch or whether you people are. But ideally, it should be the person who's speaking. Okay. So no, it's Hanji. Yeah. I understand, sir. And having said that, ideally we say that yes, see, we all are professors, we all get tired, and today's generation to retain their attention for 1.5 hours is phenomenal. If you're doing that, you're doing a very good job. Okay. But I have, in the past 2 years, I've seen this life of sitting as a student. I think that is difficult. It's not that easy. Sometimes it becomes miserable and you cannot even walk out. So I agree. Both sides, we are most difficult. Correct. Okay. Now coming back to maps, you'll go to explore and we'll go to maps. We'll go to explore and we'll go to maps. And we'll first make a mind map. We've made our model. All the codes are there. All the themes are there. We have tried the themes from different data sets. So we took personal interviews. We took images. We are going to take social media also. 2-3 data points we have used. Now let's make a conceptual map. Finally, to conclude all that we have done. So we will go to explore and we'll go to maps, and in maps we'll go to mind map, and please give it a name. Please give it a name, mind map, and a description is not needed. You can click an OK. I repeat, explore, maps, mind map, give it a name and click OK. You should all get a screen like this. Have you got it? Okay. Yesterday onwards, what is the theme with which we started, which is also there on the whiteboard? The theme is sustainability. You can also say sustainability in India. That was my theme. Whatever you want to write, please write in the as a central point for the map or for the conceptual map. Okay, once this is written, right click and insert sibling idea. Okay, and do this thrice because yeah. Do this thrice. Sibling idea. Siblings are at par with each other. So I want 3 siblings, reuse, recycle, reduce. And as per theory academics, they are at par with each other. So reduce, again, add sibling idea, insert sibling idea, which is reuse. And another sibling idea, recycle. Okay. And on the top, somewhere on the left side, you see these pictures. They are all orientations. If you click, the orientation will come towards the way we are making it on the board. Okay, so they are all orientations over here. On the top left side, you can see orientations. You can click the orientation to that. It becomes a little clearer. Why are these 3 siblings? Is because academics says that these 3 activities are at par with each other. Reuse, reduce, and recycle all are a part of sustainability in the so-called famous 3R model of sustainability. Clear है यहाँ तक पहुँचते? हाँ? Last step was that there are some orientations over here. We clicked on them and the orientation changed. On the top left side, ठीक है? Orientations है, कोई भी कर लीजिए, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता analysis. ठीक है? Now, you can see the model on the board. So now within reuse, I have some sub-themes, okay, which is donation and family sharing. Now, because family sharing and donation are within reuse, I want to insert child idea. So under reduce, do I have something under reduce? Yes, I have sentiment under reduce. So reduce, right click, insert child idea. Insert child idea, which is sentiment. Okay. Child idea. Reuse, insert child idea. We have quite a few child ideas. Reuse, donation was also reused. Insert another child idea. Family sharing was reused. Family sharing was also reused. And yeah, that's it. And then we have recycle. Recycle, maybe we got many motivations of recycling. Insert child idea. So we got skill of the lady. And we got savings. So insert child savings. Okay, so something like this, a model should be ready with in which you have inculcated all the concepts that you have done since yesterday. Child is within this thing and sibling is at par with each other. Okay. Huh. You are getting, in child. So when you right clicked on sustainability, you were not getting it. You got a child idea. And after you've got this, okay, you again go to child. Again go to child. Yes, have you been able to make the map? Great. Great. I think they've made the map. Yeah, you have to make the map. हाँ नहीं स्क्रीनशॉट को क्यों सर एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे इसको कॉपी कर लीजिए आई शो इट टू यू सो एनी ऑफ दीज वर्ड क्लाउड्स एटसेट्रा जस्ट राइट क्लिक एंड गो टू एक्सपोर्ट मैप आप देखिए इसमें कॉपी कईयों में तो कॉपी आ जाता है वर्ड क्लाउड में कॉपी था एक्सपोर्ट मैप अब इसको आप एक्सपोर्ट करके यू कैन मेक इट इट्स अ जेपीजी फाइल and now that it's there you will cut copy paste it in your paper so जो हमारा पेपर था एक मिनट में आपको भी ये पेपर था ना यही बनाया ना हमने यही बनाया ना ठीक है तो it is something like that so finally when we are collating all our research into a diagrammatic form so we do it with NVIVO only because सारे कोड्स तो इधर लिखे होते हैं आप देखिए यहाँ पर लेफ्ट साइड में आपके सारे कोड्स तो हैं ही ये कोड्स लिखे हुए हैं, इनको बस आप अपने मॉडल के अंदर डालते जाइए अपनी समझ के हिसाब से. Of course, there's always this thing that you never know whether the reviewer will accept this or not, because this is your conceptualization. तो subjectivity तो है, but जितना समझ आया हमने डाला, and ideally it was accepted. Okay, one more thing I want to share. Well, this might be looking very subjective and very dangerous, in the sense that this map, if I was constructing versus you were constructing versus somebody else was constructing, it would have been very difficult. लेकिन आज तक तो मुझे किसी क्वालिटेटिव पेपर में जितने भी हमने मॉडल्स दिए, the reviewer never questioned the model. He never questioned the model. There were other concerns like theory ठीक नहीं है, research gap नहीं है, ये था. Somehow, be it quantitative analysis or qualitative analysis, you will get the minimum reviews from finding analysis chapter. Why? Do you know the reason? PLSM आप पढ़ने जाएंगे ना अभी 2 दिन में, उसके टेबल में एक भी रिव्यू कमेंट नहीं आएगा, ना क्वालिटेटिव में आएगा. Okay? With all due respect, even some reviewers don't know the analysis part. Okay, so there are reviewers who might not know PLSM and they are given the manuscript for reviewing. So all people know this game plan of introduction, review of literature, theory, ये सब हमें पता होता है. तो जब हम भी रिव्यू करते हैं, हो सकता है एक टेक्निक है जो हमें नहीं पता, तो हम वेरी फ्रैंकली उसके फाइंडिंग एनालिसिस एटलीस्ट आई डोंट रिव्यू, आई गिव इट बैक टू द जर्नल कि मुझे ये टेक्निक जो है फाइंडिंग्स की समझ नहीं आई. ठीक है. एंड नाउ इज द टाइम ऑफ मिक्स्ड मेथड. तो ऐसा नहीं होता कि सिर्फ क्वांटिटेटिव पेपर आ जाए या सिर्फ कॉल आ जाए, कुछ मिक्स होता है. और अगर आप इसका, ओके, आई विल शो यू वन पेपर. थोड़ा सा वो शायद आपको डरा दे, क्योंकि मुझे तो थोड़ा सा देख के भी उसको डर लगता है कि अगेन इट्स डॉक्टर अर्पण कर्स पेपर. He's used 3 techniques. I showed you one paper. Now I'll show you another one. A* में पब्लिश है. ये पेपर है. ठीक है. हाँ, आपको मैं कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट कल से बता रही हूँ और कल से बोल रही हूँ कोई कॉमन कंस्ट्रक्ट नहीं होना चाहिए. करेक्ट. तो IT, I think it is IT. Yeah, IT people can comment. What is regressive discontinuance? कभी सुना है आपने ये? आपने किसी टेक्नोलॉजी की डिसकंटिन्यूएंस सुनी होगी. और UT मॉडल, वो जो मॉडल है जो अब तो रिडंडेंट हो जाना चाहिए, उसमें आपने लास्ट में कहीं जाके बिहेवियरल इंटेंशन भी बड़ा ही कॉमन कंस्ट्रक्ट है कि ये करेंगे तो बिहेवियरल इंटेंशन जो होगी वो टेक्नोलॉजी को या तो यूज करेगा कंज्यूमर या नहीं करेगा. कंटिन्यूएंस डिसकंटिन्यूएंस तक मैंने पढ़ा हुआ है. टू कंटिन्यू टू यूज द टेक्नोलॉजी ना. रिग्रेसिव डिसकंटिन्यूएंस, आप सोचिए कि अगर आप में से किसी को आइडिया नहीं है तो दिस पेपर, वो जो नीश बोलते हैं ना कंस्ट्रक्ट का, वो अब आगे देखिए, कंस्ट्रक्ट आगे देखिए. दिस इज एन IT मैनेजमेंट पेपर. सो व्हाट ही इज डन इज ही इज डन 3 टेक्निक्स. क्वाल, क्वांट, हमने 2 करी थी VA वाले पेपर में, क्वांट, कॉल एंड वन मोर व्हिच आई डोंट नो व्हाट इट इज. सो इनका कहाँ से, ये है स्टडी नंबर 1. ये देखिए, एक्सप्लोरेशन. ठीक है, बड़ा सिंपल है. इनके डॉक्टर अर्पण करके पेपर आप पढ़ा कीजिए. पेपर अच्छे बनाते हैं, बहुत अच्छे बनाते हैं, लेकिन जो समझाने का तरीका है ना वो बड़ा अच्छा होता है. कम से कम मुझे तो समझ आता है. डेटा कलेक्शन आप देखिए, स्टडी नंबर 1 एक्सप्लोरेटरी. डेटा कलेक्शन कहीं पर लिखा होगा, ये देखिए आपका वीडियो बेस्ड SNS एंड sometimes 133 people were requested for small interactions, है ना. सो ये इनका डेटा सेट है. ये देखिए क्वेश्चन भी दिए हैं, ओपन एंडेड क्वेश्चन जैसे हमने पूछे थे, वो भी बकायदा लगा के दिए हैं कि हमने कौन से ओपन. हम इंटरव्यू गाइड जनरली नहीं देते पेपर में, डेंजरस होता है. रिव्यूअर कई बार लिख के भेज देता है कि क्वेश्चन ही सही नहीं, बट ही इज गिवन दैट आल्सो. एंड दिस इज द होल मेथड जो मैंने आपको अभी बताया है एक्सप्लोरेशन का, है ना. और इन्होंने 3 स्टडीज की हैं. पहले इन्होंने एक्सप्लोरेशन करा, ये देखिए लिखा है इन डेप्थ सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड इंटरव्यू. आउटकम आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ 10 फैक्टर्स, जैसे हमने फैक्टर्स निकाले इनके 10 फैक्टर निकले। उसके बाद सेकंड स्टडी इन्होंने स्ट्रक्चरल डेवलपमेंट मॉडल एंड वैलिडेशन, आप लोग PLS सेम करेंगे तब आपको बताया जाएगा। डेवलपमेंट ऑफ स्ट्रक्चरल मॉडल, हाइपोथेसिस, ये देखिए PLS सेम जो आप करने जा रहे हैं। आउटकम मेजरमेंट मॉडल्स, क्वांटिटेटिव टेबल्स होते हैं। ये तीसरा जो उन्होंने करा है ये मुझे समझ नहीं आया, configurational model development and its analysis. This I don't know what he's done, but one particular thing he has reiterated with 3 studies in one paper. तो आप सोचिए कि मिक्स्ड मेथड, वो जो एक नॉर्म है जिसमें हम 2 लेके चल रहे थे अभी तक, उसमें सर हैज डन 3 टाइप्स ऑफ मिक्स्ड मेथड। ये मेरे लिए एक, इट्स लाइक एन एस पेपर। I'm trying to crack this somehow. Contrarian case analysis, FSQCA technique, मुझे इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता. I'm trying to crack it. But the other 2 techniques I can do.
Jaspreet ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, your paper is not visible. We are not able to see.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Give me 1 minute. I'm so sorry. Okay. Is it visible now? Online participants, can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
it's visible.
So this is the paper that I was talking about. So you see, study number 1 is exploration. ठीक है, semi-structured interviews and outcomes. Then study number 2 है, which is the PLS 10, which you people are going to do in the last 2 days, right? And then there is a third one, which I was talking about, contrarian case analysis or FSQCA technique. I have no idea of this. So one particular, हाँ जी, हाँ ये सर मुझे किसी ने बोला था, पर इसको ना अब लेके कैसे अंदर आना है सर। देखिए, एक होता है टेक्निक सॉफ्टवेयर और एक आता है इसको इसके अंदर फिट करना. सो आई डोंट नो हाउ ही डिड इट, बट somebody did tell me that it is, and I think he's an expert of IT, so probably he could do it. Maybe we can't do it that well, but I think very well used. Fuzzy logic. आप सर मुझे ना टेक्निक सिखा दीजिए और मैं उसको अपने किसी पेपर में डाल के एक बार लेट्स ट्राई. हाँ, what can happen, FSC, and I'll show you the results. So I'll show you the results of each of the studies, जिसमें से अब आपको क्वालिटेटिव रिजल्ट समझ आ जाने चाहिए. ठीक है, सो पहले चलते हैं स्टडी नंबर 1 पे. ठीक है, इनकी ये इनकी फाइंडिंग्स हैं, ये देखिए. सो what we do in qualitative research is these are called first order. जो आपने अभी कोड्स बनाए हैं ना, इनको हम कहते हैं फर्स्ट ऑर्डर कोड्स. ठीक है, जैसे लैक ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन कंटेंट, वी डोनेट टू मेड्स, रिलेट कर पा रहे हैं? दीज वर आर फर्स्ट ऑर्डर कोड्स. इनसे आते हैं सेकंड ऑर्डर कोड्स. फॉर एग्जांपल डोनेशन एंड एम्पैथी. सपोज इनके केस में इन्होंने इस लाइन को, इस सब को एक नाम दे दिया, डिससैटिस्फैक्शन विद इंफॉर्मेशन क्वालिटी एंड रेफरेंस फॉर दिस, और इन्हीं को आगे क्लब करके मेजर थीम्स बनते हैं. तो इनका मैप इन्होंने नहीं दिया है, बट आई विल जस्ट शो यू व्हाट ही इज डन. ये समवॉट ये इनका क्वालिटेटिव रिजल्ट्स थे. सो इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोसेसिंग पर्सपेक्टिव, ये सब थीम्स निकले, क्वालिटेटिव डेटा से निकले. उन्होंने इनको क्लब करके एक नाम दिया इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोसेसिंग, और ये सब थीम्स निकले अगेन क्वालिटेटिव डेटा से. उन्होंने इसको, अरे 1 मिनट, हाँ जी, इसको he clubbed all the constructs of experiential and he gave them the name experiential perspective. ठीक है, तो पहला काम तो कॉल में ये हुआ. अब the catch in this, or which I've not been able to crack again, is that पहले तो constructs के नाम देखिए, स्पेशली वो जो IT में है वो देखें, और मुझे बताएं कि आपने ऐसा कंस्ट्रक्ट कभी किताब में पढ़ा है. ठीक है, alternative attractiveness, expectation, disconfirmation, need, supply, misfit, invasion of privacy, इन्वेजन ऑफ प्रिवेसी मैंने एक सुना हुआ है, इन्वेजन ऑफ प्रिवेसी सुना हुआ है, फैटीग, सोशल ओवरलोड, फीचर ओवरलोड, इंफॉर्मेशन ओवरलोड, इनमें से केवल मैंने इंफॉर्मेशन ओवरलोड सुना हुआ है, ठीक है। द कंस्ट्रक्ट्स आर वेरी यूनिक। आफ्टर फाइंडिंग आउट दीज कंस्ट्रक्ट्स फ्रॉम एक्सप्लोरेशन, वेरिएबल कहां से निकला, क्वालिटेटिव से निकला, फिर उन्होंने इसका PLS कर क्वांटिटेटिव एनालिसिस, ठीक है, जो आप सीखेंगे। सो दिस इज एक्चुअली अ सेम मॉडल, इसमें हम हाइपोथेसिस लेते हैं। तो उन्होंने हाइपोथेसिस लिया हुआ है, देखिए हाइपोथेसिस 1 2 3 4 5 10 हाइपोथेसिस, एंड फ्रॉम दैट हाइपोथेसिस आप देखेंगे क्वांटिटेटिव टेबल्स हैं, ये देखिए, ये सब आप अभी PLS में करेंगे। Okay, the 2 days that you have PLSM, you'll do these tables, how to generate these tables from that model that I showed you. So this also I understand. And then comes study number 3. This I don't understand. Okay. Quant may, when we assume something, it is called a hypothesis. Qual may, when we assume something, it is called a proposition. So here, he starts with a proposition, which is the qualitative way of studying study number 3. But after that, what he does, as I said, I'm not aware. So the model is same, but I'll just show you the findings. So this is the model. And then these are some findings which I really don't, as I said, contrarian case analysis. I was speaking to somebody else. They said that, again, the little I understood, again, it was an IT girl only last workshop. She said this outcomes which have come through qualitative research have been compared to past literature. And something like that has been done. I mean, that's the little I could understand. I'm still to crack this. Contrarian case analysis through FSQCA. And not necessary that you have to do it, but this was something unique. So now, as a reviewer, just imagine if I see these constructs and I see 3 studies reiterating that model, why would I not publish a paper like this? And why would I take your papers of attitudes and work-life balance and those common constructs? So that's the level of niche that has to be made, and he's doing pretty well. And these are what is even more fascinating is this is a paper only of 2 authors, both Indians, himself and one more. So 2 authors making, which means that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. But I'll pass you on these papers, mine also and his also. He is one person who's working on mixed methods. So if you can, do follow him on LinkedIn. I'm also following him, read his paper. So now back to qualitative NVIVO and the software. Okay, so this is one map that you have made. How do you export it? You export it and put it in the paper. Second map, go to explore. Go to explore and go to project map. Go to explore and go to project map and give it a name. Go to explore, go to project map and give it a name. And click OK. Okay. You should get a screen like this. Okay, online participants, are you with me? Have you got the screen for project map? Is NVIVO visible now? Okay. So explore, maps and project map, you get a screen like this. Now what you do is you select all your codes. Okay, now you should know how to come to the screen where you see all your codes. Click all your codes and drag them into the map area. Select all your codes, drag them into the map area. Okay, done? When done, do let me know. कहाँ पहुंचे? हो गया? ड्रैग हो गया? अच्छा. Now what you do is go to the files version. फाइल वर्जन में चले जाइए, फाइल्स क्लिक करिए लेफ्ट साइड ब्लू स्क्रीन पे एंड सिलेक्ट ऑल द फाइल्स. ठीक है, एंड ड्रैग देम इनटू द मैप एरिया. सिलेक्ट ऑल द फाइल्स, ड्रैग देम इनटू मैप एरिया. Do you get these automated arrows? You get these arrows? Okay. Now, try setting them right a little. For example, just try to move the codes. उसको थोड़ा सा अरेंज करके रखिए ताकि पता चले कि कौन सा कोड, आपके केस में तो अरेंजमेंट कम होगी, मेरी केस में ज्यादा है. So that you know which code comes from which side.
Codes are same.
Codes are same, yeah. It is just that it's showing you from which file it is coming. So just organize them a little so that I can see which code is coming from which file. Something like this. थोड़ा सा clean हो जाएगा. And if there are some files from which no codes are coming, it's okay. They can be placed on the right side. Something like this. थोड़ा सा उसको हिला के मतलब properly ठीक करके देखिए कि we should be able to reorganize the map. Yes. हाँ, ठीक है.
This is yours.
That's okay. That's okay. ठीक है. अच्छा, this I forgot. कहीं मैं, अच्छा आप ही के पास है ना ऑनलाइन? अच्छा, कहीं मैं ओके, ठीक है. ऑर्गेनाइज इट अ लिटिल. उसको थोड़ा सा हिला, ट्राई एंड मूव इट. हाँ, bring this nearer to this. Yeah, now it's cleaner. No, these files have no codes. Simple as that. Organize it. थोड़ा सा जो फाइल्स में कोड नहीं है उसको नीचे ले आइए, थोड़ा सा नीट एंड टाइडी बनाइए. Right? Project map everybody has been able to do. Yeah, and you should be able to move it and arrange it. All right, so that is the project map. There is one more type of map. You can go to explore and go to maps, and there's something called a concept map. Okay, give it a name. Okay, here what you do is take all the codes and drag them to the map. Take all the codes and drag them to the map. Take all the codes that you've made and drag them to the map. If you see any relationship between the codes, connect them. For example, I see that family inheritance was leading to savings. That's what Dr. Vyas's paper also said. Family inheritance, because of family sharing, there was some amount of saving in the family. So I'll go to connector, that is on the top, attach it to both of these, and there comes the arrow. This is a concept. It's almost like a, not a hypothesis, okay, because these are not concrete constructs, but this can become a proposition. All have to be dragged. All codes are dragged inside. That is okay. That is okay. One is not dragged. Why? No. Click. Okay. Click anywhere in the. Okay. He says he can't move the codes. Click anywhere on the blank space in the map. It will be able to move. Okay. So although we did not make any conceptual map in our paper, ours was ABTCB. Okay. Yeah. So family inheritance, if it is leading to saving. So sometimes in qualitative research, after what we have done is, what we have done over here is only classification. Classification, we made the mind map. Just gets classified into that. Is any code related to each other? Is one leading to another? If your qualitative research does show this, then how will you show it with a map? With a concept map. Because you can show the cause with an arrow. Okay? Something like a SEM model. But despite the fact that we make an arrow over here, this is not a hypothesis. When you do your PLS SEM and you make similar models, each arrow will be a hypothesis because that is quantitative research. In qualitative research, when you're listing findings, despite the fact that you're saying that one is causing the other, it has not been quantitatively proven or proven in past literature. You are saying it. So it becomes a proposition, not a hypothesis. Qualitative research never has hypothesis. It always has propositions. Okay. So this is just one example. We haven't done it in our research, but sometimes you can see something is leading to something. Okay. For example, in our study also we found that values, okay, were leading to donation. Less peer pressure was leading to more savings. So these sorts of, if at all you get connections, you can do this with a concept map. Is concept map clear? Okay, all three maps have their own how to drag. Nehala, it's a simple drag. It's just select and drag with your mouse. It's a simple drag. Okay, so these are the three types of maps. It is not necessary to use all. For example, I have just used the mind map. Okay, but sometimes project maps, conceptual maps, they help you in organizing. So suppose I do see a relationship between this and this, I quickly make a map and save it. I don't have to make a full concept. I'll make it in bits and pieces. Later on, I'll get together and join the pieces to make a conceptual model, provided it can be made. So these are maps, and now we come to social media. So for social media, all of you will have to either log into your social media handles, preferably Facebook or Twitter, or if you do not want to log in, what you can do is, I'll have to stop sharing NVIVO now for some time, and I'll share. Should we take home reviews? Okay, suppose this website has Apple phone reviews. Have I shared it? Wait, let me see. I have to share it in one. I'm sharing the screen with the online participants. Okay, we are not working on, I mean, you can work on social media if you can log in. Okay, but I'm not sure whether you people are okay with logging into your social medias, and whether in your official setup, sometimes it doesn't, it's blocked. Now, these are the, okay. These are the reviews of iPhone on this website. Okay. These are the reviews of iPhone. I want to extract this data and analyze it on NVIDIA. Okay. How do I do that? Over here, you have something called extensions. Please open any such website. You can also write reviews of iPhone and open up maybe Amazon or Flipkart, whatever. Please open it up quickly. If you don't want to open up social media, open up a website where you have reviews of iPhones. It could be a Flipkart, it could be an Amazon, it could be Mobile 24, whatever website, up to you. पहले वो वेबसाइट खोलिए, उसको गूगल क्रोम पे खोलिएगा. NVIVO and capture, the one which captures social media data, works only on Google Chrome. It works only on Google Chrome. Have you opened? Google Chrome पर आप किसी भी प्रोडक्ट का रिव्यू या आईफोन का ले लेते हैं, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा ये होगा कि हम सब एक जेनरिक डेटा पे काम कर सकेंगे, right? On the top, on the right side corner, there's something called extensions. Okay, it's a small little, on the right side top, you see this disfigured sort of, neither is it a square, neither is it a rectangle, and then it is cut from inside also. It's really irritating me. But anyways, it's a disfigured thing. It is called extensions. Okay, please click on it. You should be able to see N capture in this. आपने जब NVIVO डाउनलोड किया था तो उसके साथ ही N capture डाउनलोड हो गया हो बाय डिफॉल्ट. एक्सटेंशंस में देखिए आपको N capture दिखना चाहिए. नहीं दिख रहा, मैं बता दूं. अगर नहीं दिख रहा, वेट, अगर नहीं दिख रहा तो मैनेज एक्सटेंशंस पे जाइए और यहां पर उसको एनेबल कर दीजिए. ये ऐसे होगा ना तो नहीं दिखेगा, ठीक है. मैनेज एक्सटेंशंस पे जाइए, एनेबल कर दीजिए, वो दिखना शुरू हो जाए. अब सबको दिख रहा है, ठीक है. एनेबल कर दिया. नाउ गो बैक टू द वेबसाइट जिससे हमें डेटा एक्सट्रैक्ट करना है. Go to extensions and click on N capture. Go to the website from which we are capturing data. Go to extensions and click on capture for NVIVO. Anything. Web page as PDF or article as PDF, कुछ भी कर लीजिए. And by default, it gives you a name. Just click on capture. Just click on the window called capture. Window में नीचे एक tool है capture. Just click on that. It will start capturing your social media data, social media or whatever, internet data, web data. Okay, now, how do you see whether the data is captured or not? Because I have to now go back to NVIVO. So again, go back to extensions, go to N capture, and at the bottom, it shows show capture progress page. Click on this. It says show capture progress page, and you can see in the status of the page, there is a green color tick, which means the data has been captured. See if you can see this tick or not. Hanji. So, wait. So on the website, this was the website. You went to extensions, you went to N capture and show capture progress page. And here comes the progress page, which shows the status with a green tick, which means the data has been captured. Any problems, online participants? Any problem, online participants? Yes, okay. So has everybody reached here? Can everybody see this capture page? Now, I'll stop sharing this. We have to now go back to NVIVO. Now we are going back to NVIVO. The web page has been captured, but I have to import it into NVIVO the way we imported the other files. How do we do that?
एक्सटेंशन नहीं आ रहा है,
Go
कैसे
to
आता है
info.
एक्सटेंशन? एन कैप्चर का एक्सटेंशन नहीं दिख रहा, कहाँ से दिखता है?
Rashmi
वो
ma'am,
तक
please
है।
mute yourself. Rashmi ma'am, please mute yourself. Online participants, please make sure you're muted. So, import, go to files, import, come back to NVIVO. I hope all of the online participants can see the NVIVO screen. Import and go, import and go to NCapture. Import and go to NCapture. You get a window like this. Import, and this time don't go to files, go to NCapture. I repeat, import, and this time don't go to files, go to NCapture. Do you see a window like this? Import, don't go to files, go to NCapture. Do you see a window like this? Do you see your file here? No. Very good. Now what you do is go to browse. If you cannot see your file over here, go to browse, go to downloads, click on download and click OK. Click on download and click OK. Go to browse, go to download. Just click on download, not on the files within download. Click on download and click OK. Do you see your file now? Okay. Check on it the way I have checked. Check on it and import it. Check the file and import it. Import the file. Have you people been able to import it? Can you see it in your files? नहीं, ऐसे नहीं हो सकता सर. उसको टिक करिए ना सर, बॉक्स में क्लिक तो करो. हाँ जी, बॉक्स में चेक करिए और फिर इंपोर्ट करिए. हाँ जी सर, बताइए सर, इसको चेक करिए ना, बॉक्स को करिए, अब इंपोर्ट करिए. कैसे नहीं होगा? रुकिए, वो मेरा भी, हाँ आ गया, मेरा हो गया, अटका पड़ा था. रुकिए सर, फाइल्स में जाइए ना, आपका कोड्स में है, फाइल्स में देखेगा ना, आ गया ना. आप फाइल्स वाले व्यू में जाके देखिए आया कि नहीं आया. बाय डिफॉल्ट ये कोड्स पे आ गया है, उसको कुछ नहीं, फाइल्स में जाके देखिए, ये आ गया, बेस्ट आईफोन आ गया है. आपने कोड्स में बैठे हैं इसलिए आपको नहीं दिख रहा. फाइल्स व्यू में जाइए, आपको दिख जाएगी फाइल. ठीक है, इंपोर्ट करके सोशल मीडिया वाली फाइल दिखनी चाहिए. टिक हो गया. अब NVIVO में जाइए, गो बैक टू NVIVO, इंपोर्ट एंड एनकैप्चर. इंपोर्ट एंड एनकैप्चर. हाँ, मिल गया ना, वेरी गुड. चलिए, अब आप थोड़ा काम खुद करेंगे, सेल्फ एक्सरसाइजेज हैं ये. इस सारे डेटा का वर्ड क्लाउड बनाइए, इस फाइल का वर्ड क्लाउड बनाइए. टेल मी ऑन द इंटरनेट which is the most special feature of iPhone that consumers are talking about. Make a word cloud of this file. कैसे करेंगे? Explore word frequency. क्या चीज? क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है? शो कैप्चर पेज करिए। रुकिए रुकिए मैम, कैप्चर हुआ ही नहीं ना, वापस जाइए। कैप्चर नहीं हुआ। कैप्चर तो क्लिक करो पहले आप। कैप्चर तो क्लिक करो। कैप्चर हो गया? हाँ हाँ, एंड कैप्चर। हाँ कैप्चर, नीचे कैप्चर है, नीचे 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 राइट साइड कॉर्नर। हाँ कैप्चर तो करो। कैप्चर नहीं करोगे तब तक कैसे दिखाएगा? हाँ जी, एक सेकेंड। डेस्कटॉप डॉक्यूमेंट्स, सॉरी, डाउनलोड 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 क्लिक करके ओके करिए। डाउनलोड क्लिक करिए मैम। नीचे है ना मैम? हाँ नीचे लाइए, डाउनलोड क्लिक करिए और ओके क्लिक करिए। दिख गई ना फाइल? सिलेक्ट करिए, इंपोर्ट करिए, सिलेक्ट करिए, इंपोर्ट करिए। यस डन। हाँ, क्या निकला वर्ड क्लाउड में? मैम ऐसे मत दिखाओ मुझे, एनालिसिस दिखाओ। पिक्चर तो मुझे बिल्कुल अच्छी नहीं लगती सॉफ्टवेयर। I don't get floored by charts and this thing. I need analysis as a manager. You tell me what is the feature of your product which people are seeking maximum on the internet. Tell me that. कौन सा ऐसा फीचर है आईफोन का जिसकी वजह से लोग आईफोन खरीदते हैं? चलिए ऐसे सोच लीजिए, चार्ट आपके सामने, एनालाइज करके बताइए। स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी, और कुछ? खुद नहीं कहना है, वर्ड क्लाउड में से निकलना चाहिए। बैटरी, बैटरी, आई वाज वेटिंग फॉर दिस, वन मोर वर्ड। लड़कियां बता देंगी, खुद नहीं बोलना मैम। आई नो। आपको देखो कैमरा है कि नहीं, इट्स वेरी सरप्राइजिंग अगर वर्ड क्लाउड में कैमरा नहीं है। पक्का होगा। वर्ड क्लाउड में दो चीजें मैं हर वर्कशॉप पे करती हूँ ये, कभी Amazon का डेटा लेते हैं, कभी फ्लिपकार्ट का लेते हैं, कभी इसमें कैमरा एंड बैटरी। इन दो चीजों पर आईफोन इतना महंगा बिकता है। ठीक है, लेकिन अब आ जाते हैं, जैसे मैस्लो बेचारे ने भी एक थ्योरी बनाई, इतनी अच्छी थ्योरी बनाई, फॉल्ट तो उसमें भी निकला। तो NVIVO क्या चीज है? कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर में हम कहते हैं एप्पल इज अ सेल्फ इस्टीम प्रोडक्ट, अ प्रोडक्ट ऑफ स्टेटस, सेल्फ इस्टीम। इस क्लाउड में कहीं भी वो वर्ड नहीं आता। आप मेरी बात समझे? कॉन्सेप्चुअल आपको सॉफ्टवेयर कभी नहीं दिखा सकेगा। आपको सॉफ्टवेयर हमेशा डिस्क्रिप्टिव डेटा देगा, जो है उसको काउंट करके बता देगा कि ये है। लेकिन कोई साइकोलॉजिकल फैक्टर, कंसेप्चुअल फैक्टर जिसकी वजह से आईफोन लिया जाता है, विच इज सेल्फ एस्टीम, सेल्फ कॉन्सेप्ट, ऐसा कुछ भी सॉफ्टवेयर आपको नहीं बता रहा। वो आपको बेसिक प्रोडक्ट के एट्रीब्यूट्स बता रहा है, कैमरा एंड बैटरी। ठीक है, लेकिन अभी भी मुझे ये नहीं पता कि कैमरा और बैटरी अच्छे हैं कि बुरे हैं। व्हाट इज वर्ड फ्रीक्वेंसी टेलिंग यू? कि मैक्सिमम इसके बारे में चर्चा हो रही है। अच्छी हो रही है, बुरी हो रही है, वो कैसे निकालेंगे? बताइए, सब कुछ तो पढ़ लिया आपने, इतने चित्र देख लिए NVIVO में, पता नहीं कितने ग्राफ। विच टूल विल यू यूज? सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस करिए, देखे कंज्यूमर बोल तो रहा है कैमरा, बैटरी, स्टोरेज अच्छा है कि बुरा है। करिए सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस करिए। होम, ऑटो कोड, आइडेंटिफाई सेंटिमेंट्स। ऐसे ही है सर, टॉपिक मॉडलिंग एक आपके आईटी में टॉपिक मॉडलिंग बहुत चल रहा है पाइथन पे, वो बेसिकली यही है। अच्छा, ये बाय द वे आप आर पे भी कर सकते हो, दिस इज नो बिग डील। एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ डेटा फ्रॉम सोशल मीडिया आजकल सारे ही कर रहे हैं, NVIVO इज नो बिग डील, इट्स जस्ट दैट। हाँ, लेकिन एक चीज है सर इसमें, अगेन, अगर मुझे आईफोन पे एक रिपोर्ट लिखनी है, विच आर द वेबसाइट्स फ्रॉम विच आई गेट कंज्यूमर डेटा, पहले उसका एनालिसिस करते हैं। और ये एक पे नहीं होता, कम से कम नहीं तो 100 वेबसाइट्स आप ड्रैग करोगे। हम LGBTQ का जो आपको पेपर बताया, उसमें हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं ये करें। हम क्या करेंगे, हम कुछ IT कंपनीज 10 टॉप मोस्ट चुनेंगे। जैसे आप समझिए, हमने एक्सेंचर, कोई भी TCS ये सब चुन ली, ये सब हमने 10 चुन ली। इन 10 के बारे में वेब पे जितनी चर्चा हो रही है ना, तो हम मैनुअली कर रहे हैं। एक और तरीका होता है जो पाइथन और R वाले करते हैं, उसमें वो कीवर्ड डालते हैं और वेबसाइट में जितनी उसकी चर्चा होती है वो सारी एक्सट्रैक्ट कर लेता है। आई थिंक चैट जीपीटी विल बी एबल टू डू इट। आई थिंक चैट जीपीटी इज बेटर देन दिस। बस एक वही तो डालना है, टाटा कंसल्टेंसी सर्विसेज, बस उसके बारे में जितनी चर्चा हो रही है वो एक्सट्रैक्ट कर लेगा। फिर उसमें LGBTQ कैसे निकालेंगे, LGBTQ के रेफरेंसेस कैसे निकालेंगे, वो तो टाटा कंसल्टेंसी की जितनी चर्चा वेब पे हो रही है वो ले आएगा। LGBTQ कैसे निकालेंगे, क्या यूज करेंगे, Ctrl+F यूज करते हैं ना वर्ड में। तो आपको टेक्स्ट सर्च सिखाया गया ना सुबह, सारा डेटा उठाइए, टेक्स्ट सर्च करिए, LGBTQ के रेफरेंसेस वहां से उठा लीजिए और उसका वर्ड क्लाउड बना के देखिए कि लोग क्या क्या बोल रहे हैं TCS के बारे में, LGBTQ की वेबसाइट पर क्या क्या पॉलिसी। So this is what we are going to do. It's extremely difficult, even I don't know it. I'm going to do this manually. I do not know a software which can extract everything. I'm going to actually put it on Google. Go on every website. Extract data through capture. पहले पेज के 10-12 websites I'll extract, and IT companies and LGBTQ, फिर TCS and LGBTQ, फिर it's a long process. It's not as small as I tell you. इस पे पूरे पेपर लिखे जाते हैं, पूरा पेपर सोशल मीडिया पे होता है। ठीक है, सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस बताइए, क्या सेंटिमेंट है कंज्यूमर का, सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस करिए, मुझे बार चार्ट चाहिए। होम, ऑटो कोड, first click on the file of social media, then home, then auto code, then identify sentiment, then you'll see 2 windows. ना 2 विंडोज मैम, दूसरी विंडो पे जाइए ऑटो कोड वाले में, हाँ, और राइट साइड में वर्टिकल में चार्ट बनाइए। अब बताइए क्या है, पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव, सबसे बड़ा चार्ट क्या है, मॉडरेटली पॉजिटिव, करेक्ट। चलिए सब सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस, नहीं अगेन यहाँ नहीं सर, दूसरी विंडो पे जाइए, चार्ट में जाइए, moderately positive. Anybody who's got negative? This is the third workshop where I'm doing this. Go to the other window. दूसरी विंडो पे जाइए, नहीं दूसरी, उसके दूसरी, और यहाँ से चार्ट बनाइए। Most of the times when we made a word cloud from social media data, whichever workshops I've made, आप लोगों ने हो सकता है you might have taken another website also, not the one. We have found the battery and camera to be the 2 most important features. We have always found the sentiment of consumers towards iPhone as positive. Okay, although this is too little data, but ऐसी कम से कम 100 files, जैसे मैंने आपको कीवर्ड से बताया, अगर आप करते हैं तो this by itself becomes a research paper. Okay, so this is social media data, and if you want to see a little more charts, क्योंकि आपको चार्ट्स का बहुत शौक है तो होम में जाके आप क्वेरी डालिए, ठीक है, होम में जाके क्वेरी में यू गेट वर्ड फ्रीक्वेंसी, आपकी जितनी जितनी आपको चीजें कराई हैं वो सारी यहाँ क्वेरी में समराइज्ड हैं। टेक्स्ट क्वेरी, you get codes coding a particular PDF, you get all this. विजुअलाइज में चले जाइए, ठीक है, वर्ड क्लाउड आपको करा दिया गया है, चार्ट PDF कोडिंग, ओके, which is nothing but in a way we haven't selected a, iPhone में कोड नहीं बन रहा, इसको सिलेक्ट किया हुआ था, एक सेकेंड, इंटरव्यू को सिलेक्ट करते हैं एंड विजुअलाइज करते हैं, चार्ट डॉक्यूमेंट कोडिंग, दिस इज द चार्ट डॉक्यूमेंट कोडिंग ऑफ इंटरव्यू ट्रांसक्रिप्ट। इसमें आपको कोड्स चार्ट के फॉर्म में दिखा देगा, पहले वो रंगीन बॉक्सेस के फॉर्म में आ रहे थे, नाउ इट विल बी इन अ चार्ट। अगेन इफ यू गो टू विजुअलाइज, इफ एनीबडी इज सो फॉन्ड ऑफ seeing these particular things. You go to interview transcript again, visualize, and visualize hierarchy chart coding this item. This is the hierarchy chart. The default results of autocode are nothing but called hierarchy charts. फिर से और कुछ अगर आपको इसको, these are all ways of visualizing data. Visualizing hierarchy charts. Okay, chart document by attribute. You select the file, select the attributes on the X, Y. Okay, let's see. I'm not sure if it
आपने
gives you something. At least one attribute. So here in the X-axis, Y-axis, you can select attributes. For example, आपका demographics था, उसमें gender था. Select an attribute. It will show you a chart for that also. Something like this. तो वो जो एक matrix हमने बनाया था ना, जिसमें male, female and codes थे, the similar thing can be shown to you in the form of a chart also. Okay. So these are all the visuals if you want to see and represent them, but these are all for understanding. And again, share एक option है ऊपर जिसमें share लिखा है. You can export this whole project. You can export other things like code book. ये export है, इसमें export code book है. आपके जो सारे के सारे codes बने हैं, वो एक word file में cut copy paste हो जाएंगे. ठीक है? And you can work on it, delete them, add them, whatever. Okay, so yeah, last 10 minutes, we'll stop for questions. And let me see if online, if anybody has questions. Can we do it from some websites too? We can do it from any website, Sushma ma'am. We can do it from social media also. अच्छा, मैं आपको ना एक social media का demo दे दूं, क्योंकि sustainability का मेरा paper था, तो ये तो खैर थोड़ा हम इधर-उधर हो गए, but yeah. So I'm just telling you कि social तरीका same है, लेकिन what sort of data can you pull in with respect to my paper? I would like to show you. So if, which tab is this? Okay. Okay, 1 minute. We got lost somewhere. This is the tab. Too many open. Let me close all the tabs first. A lot of confusion. So again, stop sharing and share. Yeah. So if this is my Facebook and I want to search sustainable India, because that's what my theme of the paper is, and I want to say, what does the Generation Z say about it? See, if I'm working on baby boomers, personal interview is the best form of collecting data, because baby boomers are not writing on social media. But because my study was comparison of Generation Z and baby boomers, some amount of data or thinking of Generation Z I can pick up from here. So these are all the posts, or you can go to each and every. So if, for example, this is Sustainable India, you'll have to click and go to the page. And these are all the posts. No post available. Why is this website even made? Okay. These are posts from my friends only. Okay. Let me put a more generic word. Sustainable living. Sustainable living. Yeah. So there is a page. Now this is sustainable living. Okay. People are writing about how they live sustainability and what all they do in sustainability. I want to extract this page. So I'll go to encapture, extract. I'll try to extract it. Okay. The method of extracting is absolutely same as you did for the iPhone. Okay. And this social media page and what all people write about sustainable living will add on to my data set. Okay. So then I'll have personal interviews, secondary data PDF, images, and social media. 4 data points. Now when I make a model, It is going to be perfect. It is going to be elite. It's going to have different variables, and it will have been tested from 4 data points. So I'll be sure that I publish will be. I'll end it here. Any questions, please? Online participants, any questions, and offline participants, any questions? Yes. Yes. Anji. हाँ नहीं एज ग्रुप नहीं करता मैम एज ग्रुप का ऑप्शन होता है you have an option of which year you want to take. So, for example, if we were to study some COVID, we have the option to select all the posts of 2020. डेटा उठाओ तो कोविड में लोग मैक्सिमम क्या चर्चा कर रहे थे बट एज वाइज यू कैन social media data has some restrictions. You cannot be very strict. Okay. Another thing which we always debate and even I never used it is that social media data is not authentic. लोग कुछ भी लिख रहे हैं और मतलब एक बार को पर्सनली I know what I'm asking, what are my constructs. So social media data में authenticity is still not. But yes, things like iPhone, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, तो iPhone की कंपनी को ज़्यादा मैंने रिपोर्ट दे सकती हूँ. इनफैक्ट ऑलरेडी एनालिटिक्स हो गया है, तो गूगल एनालिटिक्स भी इन सब में योगदान देता है. So which is that particular feature that is more important. Are people satisfied, not satisfied? So those things you can do. Okay. Yes. Anything else? अच्छा इसकी स्लाइड बना लो आपने वेरी गुड मैंने तो ऐसे ही आंसर दे दिया हां जैसे आपने एक वेबसाइट आईफोन बनी की वेबसाइट का आपने हां जी सर ठीक ठाक पेज बन रहा है अलग अलग कोई बात नहीं आप जब सिलेक्ट करते हैं फाइल आप सबको सिलेक्ट कर लीजिए और वर्ड क्लास कर लीजिए अलग अलग बनेंगे that is correct and how much time does it take it will even take a few seconds to extract है ना बट ये है कि यहाँ catch ये नहीं है कि ये करना कैसे है doing is very easy the catch is that from where do you get that data so now काम शुरू किया हमने LGBTQIA का उसमें मुझे ये काम करना है तो अब एक्सट्रैक्शन आई नो NVIVO में वर्ड क्लाउड में कितना टाइम लगता है 2 सेकंड लग रहे हैं मुझे प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आईटी कंपनीज का वो डेटा जिसमें पिंक वॉशिंग के बारे में बात हो रही हो वो अवेलेबल कहाँ होगा सो आई विल हैव टू मे बी पहले एक छोटा सा इंटरव्यू कुछ आईटी के लोगों से करना पड़ेगा कि आपके बारे में ये जो चर्चा होती है कौन सी वेबसाइट्स पे होती है तो आई होप वो बता दें अच्छी बुरी या फिर देन देयर इज न्यूज़पेपर्स बेस्ट है कि जो बहुत ही फेमस 5 न्यूज़पेपर वेबसाइट्स हैं टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स पायनियर एक्सेट्रा उनमें जाके एक कीवर्ड डाल दिया जाए और उसके जितने रिजल्ट्स हैं उनको पेजेस की तरह एक्सट्रैक्ट कर दिया जाए a bit of self screening also I'll have to do I think उसमें टाइटल में दिया तो होता है तो if there's anything like that another problem which comes over here which will come I'm estimating कि जिसको मैं academically pink washing बोलती हूँ हो सकता है इंडस्ट्री उसको जानती ना हो उस वर्ड से एक हमारे एकेडमिक्स के वर्ड और इंडस्ट्री के वर्ड्स बड़े अलग होते हैं सो आई विल कॉल इट पिंक वॉशिंग बट व्हेन आई गो टू हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स वेबसाइट वहां पिंक वॉशिंग जैसा कोई आर्टिकल ही ना मिले सो देन you have to this is what AI I think can't do this is what we can do so I'll actually put LGBTQ I'll actually put that कि उसके बारे में कोई भी चर्चा अच्छी बुरी आप हम उसको एक्सट्रैक्ट करें या Yes, I think there's a doubt in the chat or is it acha ठीक है no doubts any doubts for online participants right I think we are good to go then
All right, everyone, please switch on your videos for a picture.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we come to the conclusion of this enlightening session, research methodology and data analysis using NVIVO, it's my honor to extend heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Jaspreet Kaur for her exceptional presentation for 2 days. Your deep insights and practical knowledge have provided us with valuable techniques to enhance our research capabilities. I'm sure all the participants, online as well as offline, will practice the skills you have taught us in these 2 days. With this, I again thank you a lot, Dr. Jaspreet, for a great round of applause for Dr. Jaspreet Kaur. And now I would like to request Dr. Krishna Kansal sir at ODCA department to please come forward for the felicitation of ma'am. And I also invite Dr. Jaspreet ma'am, so please come for a few seconds, just for a memento felicitation. Thank you, ma'am. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए मैम के लिए, इतना enriching सेशन हमने बहुत दिन एंजॉय किया. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I request online participants, feedback link अभी share किया जाएगा chat box में, so you have to fill that for the certificates, and certificates will be provided within 7 to 10 working days. So you may leave now for a while. Tomorrow we will continue from here with other session. Thank you so much. 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you.